I think. Very soft. Very soft. Goshi, good Sunday going on Monday to you. Yes, it's very soft. The opening of a journey, it's very quiet. Let's move on to the next song. Corin, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good one. Oh, so we're working on this. Here, let me get stuff out of the way. Hello. We're working on that. This is called Scallops, apparently. Scallops. Which I guess it kind of looks like a scallop shell. If you squint. A lot. Although, you know, I guess my scallops look more like scallops than... Like, those don't look like scallops. Those look like triangles. But whatever. I'm sure by the time I'm done, they won't look very scallopy. All right. Decent Sunday so far. Yep. Ditto. Hope you're having a good one. Hey, Jamie Farmer, how are you? You went to a vegetarian market and ate a burek and a kind of piadina. They were okay. That's a rousing endorsement. What are those things? I'm not familiar with either. You wish vegetarians would season their foods, but then how would you taste the wonderful flavors of vegetables? I guess this is right. Some salami to balance out all those vegetables. That would certainly undo any health benefit from the from the veggies. You're supposed to see. Oh, you are supposed to season your bland water bags. Yeah. Piadina, like a tortilla. Burek is like a rolled phyllo pastry roll. Salt is animal. I suppose if you made like pig sweat and then collected that salt from the pig's surface of their skin, that would count. Salt conscious? You rage at your students sometimes? What, for not seasoning? People, flavor. Salt is not healthy. No, it's okay, you know, I mean, like, it's not like you need salt in your body. It's not like it's the whole way that your cells operate. through ionic gradients. But you know. You prefer MSG? That is tasty. They season their food for 4 using 1 finger pinch. Oh wow. you might do a finger pinch if you're like you. It's just you, right? That you need salt. Being low, yeah, right? Yeah, you need salt. You need salt. Your cells need salt to operate. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome. Welcome on in. We're just doing this. We have anonymous follows, so feel free to lurk or say howdy, whatever you're comfortable with. We've been working on these 50 crochet squares, so I'm doing this before we get to the other stuff. They like... Why is your food so good? Because I season it. I add seasonings. People are so stupid. Well, you know. Oh, can't have salt. Well, everything in moderation, right? Don't you have taste buds? They do, but I guess they haven't been calibrated properly. I mean, right? Like a lot of times it's just like, oh, yeah, that's good. Even if it's bland, right? Yeah, that's okay. Hello from Italy. Hello, little pistachio. Thank you so much. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day. Buongiorno. It's like carrots. If you don't add salt, it's tasteless. I don't know. Why would you be cooking with carrots anyway? Ugh. Between bland and too salty? Maybe not. For some reason, little pistachio, we're talking about bland food. You know, food without any taste. Little pistachios are naturally tasty. They're very tasty. I think we all love pistachios here, so you're in good company. Even now, family, when you arrive, the first thing you ask is, please, please, can you taste this I'm making? Oh, same with desserts and sugar. Well, yeah, right. I mean, if you're gonna be making the dessert, like, come on. Like, don't splurge. The point of dessert is... Anyway. It's much more fair than putting the salt on the table and leaving... Yeah, right. Well, you've got the inverse. Let me give you a quick insight into my family, which is, it doesn't matter what the food tastes like. The first thing you're going to do is salt it. So that's the inverse problem. That's the inverse problem. So... sometimes you have food that's made properly, and it's still like, salt is the first thing that, it's like, did you taste it first? You can balance things, yes. No salt on the table. See, there we go. You put whole baby carrots in today's stew? Ooh, oh, that sounds good. You don't have that in no bland food allowed. Is that true, Corin? I do like a good arrabbiata. Nothing better than crunch on some salt. Yes. one of the persons in the family makes these desserts that have no sugar. Oh, that bread is nice. It's cake. No, it's not if you don't feel the sugar. Or rice pudding with no sugar. I've tried a number of these like lower sugar desserts, which are like, for instance, like with peanut butter. And it's like you're pretty much then just eating peanut butter. So it's like, okay. Which is fine. I tried a bunch of recipes with peanut butter desserts. And the best one I had was mixing peanut butter with oat flour. So that gave it a little bit more of a, you know, texture and some dryness, and then melting some chocolate on top. But it was still pretty much like having just peanut butter. Anyway. Which, you know, I mean, if you're trying to eliminate sugar, then sure. It was a waste of calories. There you go. That's the most critical question. There are times when I'm like, I am not wasting my calories on this. Like, right, there's a return of reward, which is like, if this is going to cost me this many calories, it better be this good, right? So if something's going to be like 500 calories, it's like, this better be really worth it. Otherwise, like, no. I'll just get some ice cream. Assassina. Ooh. Might look like blasphemy, but it's just so good. What is assassina? I mean, other than sounding like assassinate. You can see using jams or other sweet fruits, but then it's a little more than bread. Yeah, it's like bread and jam. Progression of meals and you end up with sweet. Porto wine. Yes. The Porto wine. All right, I'm trying to get some of this done here. We gotta get to making the collar. I did 3 rounds of the collar today and this morning, and it takes a lot longer than I was expecting. It takes a little over an hour to do the 3 rounds. So, and we've got to do 3 more repeats of that. So that's a lot of time. Forget how crappy the dessert was? I mean, pretty much, right? It's like, oh, that was completely forgettable. Assassina is good. Very hot and burnt. Wait, what? There's this phase where everything was made with light ingredients. Oh, yeah, right. This cheesecake didn't set up. Like, nothing turns out right. Like, why? It's because there's not the right chemical texture in it anymore. Like, if you don't add sugar to cookies, they're gonna turn out very differently, right? Just from the shape. You've reached to the point where we want to write down the amount of salt to use in each recipe. If you leave it to them, they can't decide. They're literally baffled. Low-fat milk. Oh, yeah. And cream. It's like, why didn't this work? Because it didn't have any fat in it. You scorch spaghetti directly in a pan. The pasta isn't boiled. Crunchy and spicy. Ooh. Pasta alla sassina. Spicy tomato spaghetti, but cooked fully in a pan. You add water gradually, let the spaghetti burn, caramelize. Ooh, that does sound good. What kind of pan do you use that in? Sea Clown! How are you doing? Hot and burnt, that's you under the sun. Hey, you know, your skin, some pasta. Hello, hello, Sea Clown. Hope you're doing well. Once your spaghetti are almost burnt, you start adding water. So, again, like, what kind of pan do you do that in so that you're not, like, destroying your pan and or it's not terrible to clean up? That sounds like... Normally, that's what it sounds like a nightmare to clean up. Like, ugh. A regular steel pan. The sugar component was best halved. Oh, from the recipe. That's what you do. Well, that's what you do when you cook American desserts first time. Halve the sugar. I see how it is. Oops. Oh, crap. Hold on a second. Alright, you know, I'll just redo that. Oops. Oh, there's a photo of the assassina. Thank you. Ooh. You're alive? In the middle of a ruthless declutter, it feels almost sad to get rid of things. Oh, nice. Hey, it sounds like you're doing better than I am. I've gotten rid of a bunch of stuff, but I haven't really been ruthless, shall we say. I was a little ruthless, but not completely ruthless. Do not add corn syrup. I don't know that I've had many recipes that call for corn syrup. Kaz, how are you doing? Hello, hello. You're crocheting your poncho. Very nice. How's that coming along? Sorry, I'm way behind here. No, I'm sorry, Kat. Like, I see you down there now, but I'm that far behind. I'm sorry. I'll get there. I swear. A non-stick one. You can fit spaghetti without breaking them. Oh, okay. I don't know that I have a pan like that. You had a vegetarian Berliner? Daiwake, how are you doing? Good to see you. Welcome on in. Yeah, happy February. How's the weather up there? Is it still cold and snowy? Are you getting more snow? You wanted the mango lime filling, but they were out of it. Aw. So you got pistachio and it was crappy. Why was it crappy? How do you mess up pistachio filling? Oh, wait a minute. No. Oh, it's assassina. Assassina. Okay, thank you. I don't know, I like the accent on the ass. You like mixing coconut cream with pistachio. Oh, that's what, wait.
But just get used to using your finger for all sorts of things.
Oh, nice. You're on your third row of your poncho, very nice. I hope that continues to go well. I'm still way behind her. I'm sorry. You'll shut up. Hey, no, keep going. The food bickering is quite amusing. I appreciate it. It's lively. I was just, okay. But like, give a little insight of what's going on here. I'm reconsidering about how much I'm going to be streaming every week, and I'm looking at cutting back dramatically. And so I appreciate lively discussion, because the thing that's sort of like gotten me reconsidering is how effing quiet it gets later in the stream, and it's like, I think I'm just streaming too much, so I'm just going to like cut back. So this is good. I appreciate the lively discussion. The snow stopped and it's less cold, or did you get used to it? You probably got used to it. Maybe. I don't know. I think I'm tired of the cold. What are we making? Oh, we're making a granny square. We've got a kit here that gives 50 of these, and we're on number 26. We're doing 50 of these as I approach my 50th birthday. And we're on number... Rings. So we power through a square, because I don't really care about the squares anymore. And we'll get over to making this polo here in a little bit. Ruthless declutters are hard. You're terrified of your cupboard's wardrobes because you have clothes that need to be donation bags, but some young goth out there is going to hit the thrift jackpot. Nice. Chemical leavening? Oh, for the pistachio? It's minus 12 Celsius? Yeah, that's about what it is here. Why? How is it so much? How is it the same temperature? You're way north. How is it that warm up there? So the cream wasn't good. Yeah, this is the most chatty people I've been in like forever. But hey, it's good. It's because we're talking about food. Food brings us all together, right? Especially bad food. Pistachio Nutella is vegetarian. Oh yeah, like why didn't they just use that? Gotta make your own. It's gotta be artisanal. That way you can charge like 10 times as much for it. No, I mean, hey, chatty is fine. Chatty is all good. Chatty and like trauma dumping, not so... less fine. Let's just say less fine. You don't understand people, the choices that they make. Well, you know, again, maybe they had a bunch of ingredients that they had to use up, and they're like, we've got to make this bland, tasteless paste and try to sell it. Sometimes you gotta sell something just to get rid of it. Ah! Have you tasted the cream? It's gross. Exactly. So cover up the taste. That's the cute. Oh, thank you for the boob shine. Jura, how are you doing? That's the cutest idea for your birthday? Oh, well, that was an idea from someone else, but we capitalized on it. I will admit, some of the granny squares have been more exciting than others, but it's generally been good. Although I think I should have gone all the way in on these things. Anyway, but it's too late for that now. You had your cake when you got home, it was way better. Sauceless rice for lunch. So you had rice. But you should have added some sauce. So you just had rice for lunch? Nothing else on the rice? Strawberry cream. Ooh. Frozen? Strawberry cream cake. Nice. Ooh. That sounds good. Speaking of bad food, can someone tell you what Red vines are... Wait. Red vines are supposed to taste like? What? Yeah. What? Was something actually said it was flavored with red vine? Was it supposed to be red wine? You're hanging in there. How are you feeling? Are you feeling better? Have you started to recover? Sure. I mean, sorry. Gotta be specific who I'm talking to here. Call them licorice. Chewy candies. Wait. Oh, red. Oh, the red vines. Yeah, no, red licorice. Chewy candy. Red vines being called licorice is generous. So wait. What are these red vines? People aren't a fan of licorice. Is that the red licorice or the black licorice? You had olives and cranberries with the rice, but no sauce. Olives and cranberries? Like in the rice? That's an interesting combination. You can't make any desserts. Oh, with licorice? Yeah, it's a pretty strong flavor in it, right? Not judging. It's an odd combo. Red. You've only had the black licorice. There's a story. So what was the name of the big licorice makers? It's there's Swizzler, but there was also an older one called Schweitzer's. And there used to be a Schweitzer's factory, I think, back in St. Louis in the old days. And there was a joke about how they used to have two ports on the side of the building, and they were labeled like horse glue for making the licorice. Good time. Black licorice, depending on the flavoring, is definitely an acquired taste, right? Andrew's finally on the mend. You're glad he's finally feeling mostly okay. You've had just one day of... Oh, you just had one day of feeling off. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. Red vines are meant to be a red licorice, but you'd probably say it'd be generous to call it a licorice. Okay. Oh, is it the really thin ropes? Like there's a type that's almost like a thick string. Like it's just a single tube. It's not even a tube, it's just a solid thing, but it's like kind of thin and small. I'm not a fan of that licorice. It's too tough. Licorice is good when it's turned into liqueur. There we go. You'd eat red vines over Swedish fish? For the longest time, I would not eat Swedish fish because when I was a kid, my older brother told me that they were actually real fish, which I thought was, of course, disgusting when I was little. It took me forever to realize that, no, it's just candy. Olives and cranberries. It's really good. If you have finely cubed pickled beets, you'll add beets too. That's a lot of really strong flavors. Cranberries not very common. You only see them fresh this year. Oh, dried cranberries. Yeah, craisins. Not fresh. You're not a monster. Which means it's got a crap ton of sugar in them, but you know, to each their own. With the amount of rain you're getting, you won't need the... Oh, yeah, that's right. You won't need to flood the fields. Dried cranberries are common. Yeah, I used to like craisins, but then it's like, you know what? You can have raisins, and at least those sugars are natural. With craisins, they like add so much sugar. It's like, I don't need you to add sugar to my fruit. But, you know, the twisty rope type of licorice. They were not good. There's no specific flavor they're meant to be. Strawberry red. Red, exactly. Red is a flavor, like red velvet, and blue is a flavor. It's the hint of a flavor. It's a suggestion of all the things that are that color. Kind of like the color green. It tastes kind of grassy. Dried cranberries aren't that sweet. But I think with dried cranberries, they're so sour that you have to add sugar just to bring them up to like not sour. Like there's an amount of sugar you have to add to bring them up to not sour. And then there's more sugar to add to make them sweet. So even if you want them just to be like edible, you have to add some sugar. Maybe not. That was my impression of cranberries. Red was definitely the flavor. See, there we go. The flavor red. Today's Sesame Street is brought to you by the flavor red. They were adopted by the wellness people. Wait, what's that? Cranberries? All right, well, there we go. Those are the scallops. Yeah, they do end up looking kind of triangular, don't they? I guess I did that right. It's just, yeah, it's yet another like underwhelming weave. You like multiple big flavors that doesn't really mix because they taste much more complex. Like ginger, mint, lemon juice, and raspberry tea. Yeah, but ginger, mint, lemon, and raspberry, those actually do kind of all go together. Cranberry, a superfood? You hate that expression? They add sugar to dried cranberries? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do. Like if you look up craisins, they'll be like added sugar. You just roll your eyes or pretend that said person is not there. What, the person talking about superfoods? Like the acai berry. I swear if like people didn't say the acai berry was a superfood, no one would care about it. You love the sound? I mean, what other response is there to this square? Like, eh. Like, ooh, like, no. No, I mean, it's just, it's eh. Olive, cranberries, and beets. It's sweet, salty, and sour, but you like sour, you don't really taste it. You got a lot of acai over there. Rhubarb without sugar. See, that means you've already killed some of your taste buds. Oh. I've got the, alright, sorry. You need that sound for redeeming what? Eh. 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 There's different types of ehs, right? There's the eh. There's the eh. I got lots of articulations on eh. Okay, well, that was underwhelming. They can't all be wonderful. They can't all be wonderful, I guess. Oh, look what I got. Whoa. We'll talk about that later. All right, let's work on our polo here. Add them to ground meat. Oh, some cinnamon and nutmeg. Then add to the rice. There you go. Are the squares supposed to have the same color schemes as that Afghan? I am using up the yarn from that Afghan. So it will have the same color scheme as that Afghan because I'm trying to use up that yarn. So sort of yes. Nor border? Yeah, I'm not going to bother. I'll add the borders later at some point. Like, it'll be on my to-do list for a couple years. I don't really care. I'll be really honest. Like, I added the border to the first couple. There's a possibility I will do giveaways of these as coasters. And what I will do then is I will add the border as I give them away. Otherwise, it takes up too much time and it's boring. So I would much rather work on something more exciting. Hoping at least some are wonderful. I mean, some of them have been okay. Some of them have been okay. Some are just like, eh. Eh. There is a bot thing that you can use that lets you make make the redeem and pick a random Oh, I've got that for Nani? Nani? I've got that. Next birthday, yeah, borders. That's right, borders are divisive. We want our squares border free. You'll worry, yeah, okay, there we go. You can add all these squares to your own blanket. Are you working on a blanket? All right. So, we're on this collar. We're adding the collar for the polo. And we've done the neckband. I butchered the neckband. It looks horrible. But fortunately, it looks horrible on the inside. So, we're now adding the collar to the neckband. So, right, the neckband is the interior part, and then the collar will be the part that comes down. It really does not look like it in that photo, but the collar is also double knit. Which seems really weird because that collar looks ridiculously flat and thin. But there you have it. So we're going to do a bunch more rows here. We're going to do a bunch more rows, and then we're going to do the Kitchener stitch. And as I talked about, the thing that I butchered was the Kitchener stitch. So I'm going to have to do some practice with the Kitchener stitch, because this will be very exposed when we graft it together, and I have to get it right. I don't know what I did wrong with the Kitchener stitch, but I just, right, I mean, it looks terrible in places, and something went horribly wrong. But again, fortunately it's on the inside, but we don't want that to happen here the second time. So you think you're making Le Petit Antoine as your next baking thing? What is Le Petit Antoine? Yeah, it is good. It's on the inside. Watching me work makes you want to continue crocheting the blanket. Oh, good. Well, cool. Good luck. I mean, we got a lot of people working on stuff as they watch, so you're in good company. Join in, grab your project, and we're gonna be here for a bit. I'm gonna be knitting on this. If I can untangle all this yarn. Huh. How did that happen? Oh, I see. Boy, what a mess. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, that's not even the right skein. Hey, there we go. There's the one we want. Okay.
Hello there.
Joys of blocking. Well, blocking is not going to fix improperly stitched stitches, but it will help with some things, I guess. All right, let's unravel. Whoop. Okay. Okay, so we're on repeat 2. So what we're doing is we're doing a round of knit. So that's front and back is one round. So knit, knit, and then we do that again, but where we do an increase at the beginning and the end, beginning and the end. So 4 increases. And that's one repeat. So I did one repeat this morning and it took a little over an hour. And we've got to do 3 repeats plus 2 more rounds. So that's a fair amount even just to build the collar out to its desired length, and then we graft it together. So we'll probably be doing that here today and tomorrow. And that's what we'll be doing here for the next whatever. Oh, sorry, I missed a bunch of stuff here. You discovered a great way to cook sausages by steaming. It's like a new way to eat them. What kind of sausages? Layered cake. Oh, it's a bit petit Antoine. Layered cake with hazelnut dacquoise, crunchy praline, chocolate cream, crémeux, and chocolate milk chantilly. Sausage or pizza? How about sausage on pizza? See, that's like a no-brainer. Just make the cook the sausage and put it on the pizza. And cream and eggs and chocolate. Oh, too much sugar. Yeah, make a light, sugarless version of it. I'm sure it'll be wonderful. I'm sure that no one will ever use the term abomination when referring to your sugarless version of it. Alright, I'm on the verge of losing these loops. Okay, let's go. That square took way too long for what it was. Kind of like the calories, like it better be worth it. I'm going to be, expending that many calories on some food. That square was not worth the amount of time and effort. That was like a sugarless dessert. Low sugar dacquoise would be superb. Like a chocolate creme brulee without cream and eggs. Like ice cream without cream or sugar. Or ice. No. Give them a square of chocolate milk. Of milk chocolate. Sugar-free milk chocolate. Corin. Sugar-free milk chocolate. A sugarless dessert is not dessert. Wasted calories. This conversation makes you think of those recipes like the high protein versions of food. Can you tell this is how you... Yes, unfortunately I can. I have made the faux chocolate chip cookie dough where you use cottage cheese. It is surprisingly close. I mean, it's clearly not, but it's like, you know, it's actually not, it's fine for what it is. It's not good for what it isn't, but I was like, yeah, this actually isn't too bad. Of course, the downside to that recipe is it's like, add 6 tablespoons of maple syrup. And it's like, well, okay, there you go. First of all, 6 tablespoons. Second of all, maple syrup, so it's like, this isn't cheap. Especially if you're... Unfortunately, like with maple syrup, it's like, you can use crappy stuff and it tastes crappy. Or you can use good maple syrup and it costs... It's expensive. Yeah. I can't believe this cheesecake was made with chickpeas. Yes, I can believe it was made with chickpeas. Les chic pois. Make your dacquoise with chickpeas. Like, why have you lost your sense of taste and smell? There used to be a recipe for like a mock apple pie. A mock apple pie. It used no apples, and instead it used Ritz crackers. That was the main ingredient, Ritz crackers. Mock apple pie, no apples. Never tried it. What? You'd see it in the recipe book, or in the advertisements. I mean, try looking it up. I'm sure you'll find images of it. You try it and you're like, really? Because I can. My taste buds have been violated, actually. Thank you very much. Like, why have you visited this abomination on me? And the texture's always wrong. That doesn't help. Now, I will say again, with the with that cottage cheese chocolate chip cookie dough, the texture was actually it's close. The one thing you don't get is the grainy texture from the sugar. Yeah, well, right. No, the maple syrup is awesome, but it's just expensive. So it's like, that's not something I want to make a lot of. Can you celebrate the fact that you figured out where your grocery store they hid the Pillsbury themed cookies? Wait, where did they hide them? Usually it's in the like near the dairy. In the refrigerated section. Dacquoise is basically a meringue with nut flour in it, some sub egg white for the cooking. Oh, some people sub egg whites for the cooking water of chickpeas. Oh, interesting. That sounds interesting. The car repair aisle. You can always taste the aquafaba. Am I eating hummus? That's usually your snarky remark. I always thought hummus tasted more like the tahini, though. And garlic. But whatever. In Dakwas, it could work. It's still nutty at least. There you go. Give it a go. Let us know how it is. Please try. Let us know. Report back. You think that sometimes people use canned chickpeas? That might be a little bit iffy. Oh, what, for hummus? I don't follow. Do chickpeas come in another form than canned? Oh, aquafaba is the cooking. Oh, really? It's got its own name. Oh, faba as in like bean water. Isn't that literally what it means? Bean water. You give it a fancy name. It's like no, it's bean water. Aquafaba. I could see why they call it aquafaba. You see that on your recipe card, you're like, bean water? Ew. Oh, no, it's aquafaba. Oh, where do I get that? I must need to pay a lot of money for that, right? It's artisanal aquafaba. Some Pillsbury stuff were with the milk and eggs, but the cookies were with the orange juice. They were grouping by sugar. See, that's why. You love the weird amount of 50s American recipes for Jell-O because everyone would flex that they had a fridge. Yeah, that's right. The aspic. We don't need everything to go in a Jell-O mold. Yeah, there were a lot of those aspic recipes. There's a whole Julia Child has a whole episode or two on aspic. Savory Jell-O recipes. The one with eels. Ellie Geel. Jelly eel. Eel jelly. That's what I was trying to say. You're Googling it? Don't do it. Eel pies. I mean, eel is delicious. I love eel. I'm taking some folks at work to a Japanese restaurant on Tuesday, hopefully. And I will be very tempted to get the eel donburi. They have an eel donburi that a friend got one time, and man, it was pretty good. We've been going to that grocery store for years now, and you just know that they hide the cookies. You were looking for them too, not like you just stumbled across. Oh, okay. See? That's to get you to slow down and take your time. You gotta find, like, oh. That is one of the worst things when, like, you go into the grocery store and it's like they move stuff around. It's like, oh, come on, guys. I just got used to the old arrangement. Now I have to hunt for it. But see, it's the hunting. In the hunting, you find stuff that you didn't know you wanted, and then you buy more stuff. So... You think Londoners were doing it because it had a lot of eels in the Thames? Ew. I don't know that I would want to eat an eel from the Thames. They point to sell more. Wait, the stoned early morning people that forgot their OJ? Now they have salmonella. Jellied eels. They were common in the Thames and people were dirt poor. Jellied eels was a survival thing. Isn't that always seems to be how it goes, where you're like, whatever is like ungodly expensive today, you look back and it was like the most common poor people food. It's like the lobster, right? There's those old articles in like New England where the longshoremen were protesting because they had nothing to eat but lobster. Anyway. It's the same thing with chicken wings, right? Chicken wings used to be like 10 cents a piece. Then the rich people ruined it. Now they're like $1 a piece. Like, holy crap, man. This was like dirt poor food. It has no meat on it. There's nothing there. You're gonna be in court tomorrow. Oh my. Well, good luck. Have a good one, Goshi. And maybe we'll see you later. Maybe we won't. You thought you're calling you off for shopping in the morning, which you finish your grocery by 9? No judging. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Rich people ruin everything. Be a shame if your nice, dirt cheap, tasty food suddenly got really expensive because we made it really popular. No, don't do that. All right. Wow. Yeah, this is taking forever. We're gonna be doing this forever. Oh. Oh. Okay. Doot doot. Oh, I completely missed that we were in ads. Welcome back from the ads. Sorry about missing that. Okay. All right, that is one side. That is one half of round one. Oh my gosh. You went looking at recipes for those savory jellos and your taste buds are offended? And you're not even eating any of them? What were the worst ones? The folks on Amu's Discord got on an aspic kick at some point, and they were posting all these ungodly recipes with aspic. Or maybe that was just Starbug doing that. But there are some pretty amazing aspic recipes, that's for sure. It is a little curious, like, I wonder how easy it would be to make some of that nowadays. Like, it's way easier now to make, with instant jello and all that, to make that sort of stuff. Oof. There's one that was like shrimp and corn, but you couldn't identify what the green jello there was supposed to be. It was probably like asparagus or broccoli jello. Something like that. Hey Maori, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Hope you're having a good one. It's highly unusual. Usually Sunday is pretty quiet. I hope you're having a good one. We've been talking about food, and especially we've devolved now into aspic, which is sort of like, you know, the really dark recesses of cooking that no one really wants to talk about anymore. So be careful. You have been warned. Aspic is abounding. Seacon, did they say what flavoring was in the aspic, the green layer? Or, you know, feel free to share the link. I'm curious now. When we went to Spain, there was this buffet with gray cheesecake. Wait. Oh, Goshi's gone. Damn it. Gray cheesecake. So, all right, what is this? What was it? Gray cheesecake. Like, what did it taste like? Any idea what this was? Oreo. Aspic is so cursed. There's so many hot dog recipes. Oh no. That's... Gosh. Aspic and hot dogs. Oh. I guess it doesn't help that every time I think of savory gelatin, I think of like the congealed stuff that happens on meat and like reducing stock, you know, how it gets kind of gelatinous. And so, I mean, I know there's similar things at play there, but the idea of like eating that and then that flavor dissolving in the mouth, like, I don't know, very strong flavors. It was just written cheesecake on the sign and it was gray. But like food isn't supposed to be this color gray. Was it literally like a block of cheese? I'm curious what this possibly could have been. All right, somebody Google Spanish gray cheesecake. And let me know what you find. I mean, this has to be a thing, right? This is just cheese on a graham crust. Imagine like a pecorino romano or something on a crumbly graham cracker crust. Let's take a bite of this dry cheese. You're getting a lot of results for Earl Grey cheesecake. None of them have an uncomfortable gray hue. Okay. Are you including Spanish in the search? Maybe it's like a Spanish thing. Or like Spain. Alright, I gotta give this a go. Heaven help us all here. Spain cheesecake gray in color? Caramelized topping rustic appearance rather than a uniform gray color. Well, that's not what I asked for then. If the cheesecake is gray, it is most likely a variation incorporating Earl Grey tea, which tints the custard. Yeah, maybe that was it. But it wasn't called a gray cheesecake. A Basque cheesecake, no. Basque cheesecakes are becoming really popular now, though. You're including the word Spanish? Maybe they're editing the photos so that they don't look gray. Hey, Potato Bun Stew, how are you doing? Well, we're talking about a gray cheesecake that Daiwick had in Spain and trying to figure out what would make it gray. And apparently it wasn't very tasty either, so it's dubious. It's dubious that it was actually cheesecake. Maybe it was just an old sign. Maybe the wrong sign was up. You hate Basque cheesecake? You didn't enjoy the baked hour later? Aw. You were not basking in the glow of that cheesecake? You wouldn't know. Oh, allergies? Well, that might be for the best if it was just a gray lump of something. We were talking earlier about things that aren't worth the calories. And sugarless desserts were top on that list. And maybe an old sign. Boo. I've got more where that came from. You tried alternative cheesecake and you'll stick to ice cream and baked goods. Yeah. It's amazing how delusional the proponents for like these substitutionary ingredients can be about like, this tastes just like cheese. Like, no, it doesn't. I'm sorry. It's just been so long since you've actually had cheese that your memory has corroded what cheese should taste like. This is not cheese. And I am not paying this much more for it. It's way more expensive than cheese. And typically, like, I don't know if you've looked at a lot of the protein substitutes. They're ungodly fatty. Like, shockingly. You'd be like, what are they doing? And it's because they're trying to add flavor in there. This gets back to the idea of like tofu. I like the idea of tofu, but ultimately the problem is it's way too high in calories and fat for what it provides, which is basically no flavor. And the only time that like I've had a baked tofu that's like marinated in sriracha. That's like a decent snack. But I'm not gonna like make that. Too much time and effort. And again, it's still shockingly high in fat. Like, tofu is extremely fatty. You would think, like, oh, it's soybeans. It should be like fat for... No. Lots of fat in tofu. Stick to ice cream and baked goods. Me too. Maybe I'll just stick to ice cream. Beware. Beware the cheesecake. Beware the cheesecake that is like not made like a traditional cheesecake. Anytime someone's like, oh, we've come up with a new way to make it, and stop. No, you didn't. We made a cheesecake with half the calories, and I bet it has a tenth of the taste. Odd flavored, more nutty. Oh, the alternative cheesecake. Alt ice cream isn't bad. What counts as alt ice cream? Like oat milk based, or if you want junk food, you'll just eat the junk food. Exactly. Coconut, almond, and yogurt all have a good feel. Oh, for like ice cream substitutes. Oof. That sounds good. Yogurt can be a little bit spotty depending on the quality, but I don't know that I've had coconut or almond for like ice cream. Bah! Got soot everywhere. The one downside, and this is just me grousing as I am wont to do, like the oat based ice cream. Like, okay, I've had it from time to time, and I'm like, okay, yeah, this is fine. But it's like twice as expensive, so it's like I'm not gonna buy this. Like it's not as good as ice cream. Or I don't enjoy it as much, and it's way more expensive. So it's like, it's kind of a hard sell. It's a really hard sell. I had some sort of miraculous blessed day a couple weeks ago when I went to the grocery store, and the Ben & Jerry's, the little pints, there were a couple, for whatever reason, a couple of the flavors were marked clearance, and they were like $3.50. Normally it's like $7 or whatever, and it, if it goes on sale, it's like $1 off. So it's like half off. And my most favorite flavor was one of the ones that was half off. So I grabbed a couple pints. That was a blessed day. I should have gone out and bought a lottery ticket. I guess that was my lottery ticket. En français, fake yogurt is called Fogurt. Fogueur. Fogueur. You gotta make that face when you say it. Fogueur. Ben & Jerry's not worth the price tag anymore. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like, I don't want to spend that much on that little. Again, like, at some point, well, I'll make ice cream at home. And that can be expensive because full cream, the heavy cream, that's not cheap. But you can still make it cheaper than Ben & Jerry's. Like, holy crap, man. So, I usually wait until it's on sale. I will also occasionally buy Turkey Hill, because that usually goes on sale, but it's a bit more additives in there. Also, I am attempting over the next few months to eat less dairy in an attempt to see if that affects my cholesterol at all. So, my cholesterol was pretty high at my last doctor's check-in, but I had been eating pretty poorly and eating a lot of dairy and ice cream. So I'm cutting back a little bit. So I'm eating much less ice cream, which is kind of sad, but we'll see. If it doesn't have any impact, then like screw that. Okay. That was a effing eternity, but we finished one row. Or one round. This sucks, man. Some progress better than none. Yeah, I know. I'm just... I'm anticipating its dread-ticipation. Dreading and anticipating the inevitable Kitchener stitch that's gonna have to happen here. So it's like I just want to get it over with, but now I have to suffer building up to it. All right. So I've mentioned it before. One of the things that I wanted to get started for another project is to make our own pattern for a double knit scarf. So we followed someone else's pattern for the double knit scarf that we did last year. But I want to make our own pattern and then make that scarf. So some point soon, I think once we get to kind of like a stable point with this, where right now we're in a very finicky part of this pattern where it's like lots of little specialty things going on, making the collar, making the front, sewing the whatever. So once we get to kind of like just chunking along where we're just kind of extending the length, maybe we'll start to look at making our own pattern. Oh no, you got me saying Foguer. Thank you. You're still in the rabbit hole of aspic recipes. Tomato aspic is weirdly popular to recreate. Huh. Tomato aspic. What sort of things does it get? Like, is there, like with meat? Is it more like a combination with meat, or more like stews, or? That's interesting. Tomato aspic. You're on row 4. Hey, congratulations! It's blue. Are you switching colors, or is the yarn changing color for you? It's a boy. You're switching. Okay. Very nice. Oh, that's right. You had a bunch of colors you were going to be using for that one. Oops. Well, that's in my lap. Let's see what time we got here. Oh, the double knit pattern is we're going to be doing Demon Slayer, using blue and yellow and making it your fursuit color themed. Oh, nice. Okay. That's very cool. How much of that? So you're crocheting this. What are you doing for the rest of the pieces? You think it's intended to be side dish? Okay. Tomato juice, lemon, onion, celery, mayonnaise, Worcestershire. Oh, it's like a jellied condiment. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's gonna be a one piece. Okay. Oh, that's gonna be huge then. You're not going to fold or sew. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be pretty big then. Yeah, it sounds, sea clown, that sounds almost like, you know, like cranberry sauce or something. Like you make a savory side jelly. Oh, you are folding and sewing. Okay. You're folding in half and sewing the edge. Okay. You're washing a cookie sheet to bake your darned and fabled and long awaited for cookies. Wait, so what you said it was the holiday cookies or something, right? So like what is it? Are they sugar cookies? Or the themed cookies? It Kofi Streambot! Hi Kofi Streambot. Sugar cookies for Valentine's Day. Alright. Yeah, I guess we're only a couple weeks away. We got a holiday in there somewhere, President's Day. And then we enter the desert for holidays. From like November to February, it's like, oh, there's all these holidays in the US, and then from like March, and then you don't get anything until May, the end of May. It's like, oh. And then you hit a bunch of holidays again. You got now Juneteenth, 4th of July, and then you got another stretch where it's like, oh, come on. And then it's like, all these holidays. Kind of like be nicer to have the holidays more level loaded, but whatever. Sugar cookies, yes. So you bought 2 boxes. Because cravings, yeah. Well, you don't have to eat them all at once, do you? I mean, you could. Anyway, double knit scarf, Demon Slayer, and what I would like to try to do is make a pattern that is actually different on both sides, which is relatively straightforward other than the fact that you have to make 2 patterns, and then you have to splice them together to make it readable, and it looks gross, but and the idea is I think on one side what I would try to do is have the 12 stages of the Kagura, which is the fire dance. TBD on whether we try to actually fit the kanji on there, because I don't know, we'll see what might be in the art of the possible. And then on the other side to have images of the different characters. Clearly all the main characters. Maybe other characters. Like the Hashira or the ranked demons or other characters. You're gonna cleanse your eyeballs by looking at some Pinterest cookie recipes after being aspic hell. That it is a special place. Many of those things just look horrible, and they were very inventive. They very clearly were trying to be very creative with aspic, and there were certainly some very horrific results, especially shaping, like trying to come up with trying to come up with amazing shapes, three-dimensional structures. Well beyond the bunt. Well beyond the bunt shape. Oops. Yeah, it can be very cursed. Any recipe with a boiled egg? Just got a hard-boiled egg floating in aspic. Mmm. I'm sure that hard-boiled egg was cooked to perfection. In no way was it overcooked and green inside. Oh, man. You know, you have to imagine that that's where the idea for the gelatinous cube from Dungeons and Dragons came from. You audibly said, if you're familiar with, right, Dungeons and Dragons has the gelatinous cube as an enemy, right? And it's literally a giant cube made of jello. And it gloms on. Its main attack is basically to absorb things, and then they just suffocate inside the goo, right? You have to imagine that was inspired by aspic. And all the horrible things that people were putting inside aspic. Gelatinous cube be inspired by 50. Yep, exactly. Because the gelatinous cubes in D&D are usually depicted as containing the remains of prior adventurers, like bones, and they'll be like, you know, usually, right, it'll be like, oh, there's a really powerful object inside, right, but it's inside the cube, so you have to risk death battling the cube in order to get all the treasure within. But it very much has that feel of like, oh yeah, look at all the wonderful things floating inside this jelly. Okay, we're almost halfway through the second row. Ugh. All right, well, the good news is we will finish at least one row, or one repeat today. I was hoping to get through maybe two, but I think that will be a bridge too far. Okay. Gelatinous cubes. All right. Okay, boy, it would be good if I got my headphones out of the way. Okay, maybe that's okay. I got a little bit more cleaning done up around here today, which is good. Slowly making progress. I picked up a bunch more plastic containers at the container store. They had they're about yay, but they're not huge, but small enough and they were like $2. They were on sale, so I got a bunch of those. And they come with lids, so it's a good thing to put like scraps of things. Like I'll take one of those and I'll put all these squares in there probably or something. Or even like all the random cables that I have, USB converters and all the random cableage that comes around with everything. I was cleaning up some stuff and I found this cable, a nice long braided cable that was like, it was a mini audio jack to left and right audio. And I know I bought that for something. And then lo and behold, I had two of them. I was like, yeah, well, I'll put these away. Maybe I'll remember where I vaguely recall that whatever I needed them for ended up being like not necessary based on my eventual thing. I have a record player that I needed a audio out, and then I thought I needed an amplifier, but it turns out I just didn't understand how the volume worked on the record player. So I didn't need the amplifier. And so the amplifier, anyway. You ordered tin for your kid. Oh, nice, yeah. It's made to look like vintage Kellogg cereal box. Super jarring in a goth room, but very cool. Oh, that's nice. What's on the, is it Tony the Tiger? Always good to keep. Yeah, exactly, right? It's like, oh yeah, I need this weird connection. Here they are. Now the problem is I've got like usually 10 of each cable, so could probably cut down on the number. But you never know. You never know. Yeah, talking about the ruthless decluttering, I had notebooks from when I was in grad school, which is now like 20. Well, the classes were probably like 28 years ago. And I kept a couple of them for more sentimental reasons, but I got rid of a good chunk of them. I also found the folder I had with my transparencies that I used for my PhD defense. I was like, yeah, I'll hold on to that. That's kind of funny. It's cornflakes. Okay. It's a lady that would have been photographed and painted over in the 1950s. Oh, got it. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I guess at some point they switched the cornflakes over to like a rooster for the logo or whatever. Do 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 do. Oh man. All right, so the next round will feature our increases. Where are we on timing? Okay. Maybe I'll be at the end of the row here by the time the next ad break comes around, because I will take a break. I've been going at this almost 2 hours. Oh, the rooster was just a logo? Women were advertising more than anything else? Oh, yeah, okay. Nothing sold in the 50s than a woman looking happy that she has a bowl of cornflakes. That's right. Those are simpler times. That's one thing I always liked about the Fallout games. The Fallout games always had this like 1950s styling to it. But then you'd have all these like, you know, advanced technology and stuff thrown in the mix. Like, oh. Oh, you're trying to pass out? Yeah, thanks, E-Clone. Have a good one. Have a good night. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're not too traumatized by the aspic. Gonna send a note tomorrow about all the horrific nightmares you had about jelly monster food. Yeah, thank you. Have a good one. Hope you have a good start to your week. Boy, speaking of horrific dreams, I had some sort of dream last night where I can't remember the details now, but I woke up in the middle of the night and it was one of those moments where like the unreality of the dream was still bleeding over into the reality of having woken up. And it was this really kind of like scary overlap where it was like, ooh. Oh wait, no, that's not real. It was like the moment of confusion of, no, that thing wasn't real, or whatever it was. It's like, no, that's not a thing. Like, ooh, haven't had that happen in a while. Oh, I'm ahead where I thought it was going to be. Okay. Okay, so we're coming up on the end of our second round of our second repeat. So each repeat has 3 rounds. We're basically just knitting. On the third round of each repeat, though, we do a bunch of increases. So that's really the only difference. And so we're coming up on that third round where we'll have the increases. The increases happen right at the beginning and right at the end of each side. So there's 4 increases total. And we're doing this. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, ha, 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 ha.
I thought, wait a minute. How does that work? Oh. Right. It's plus 10 on each side, plus 20 total. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, we'll have plus 20 stitches total, but it's like plus 10 on each side. Because we're in essence doing the repeats. Doing the increase rows 5 times. Do. This I night. Every night and all. I'm sure that Kenji Ito was very much thinking of that ancient song when writing that. Oh, wait a minute, what's this? Oh, I probably got the needle caught in there. Or maybe not. That is not right. Alright, what's going on here? Okay, I think I dropped the stitch. Or something happened. Like, that looks like a drop stitch. So... Or does it? No, I think it's fine. I think I just had the loop around it improperly. Okay, I guess I'll double check. Man, I hate this. Okay, where are we? This is the right side. So I'm supposed to have 105. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. $95. $99. Oh, right, I'm in the middle. Oh, crap. I'm in the middle of expanding. Okay, so I've got 99. We've done 2 increases, so it should have been 97. Okay, well, either way, I don't think there's no stitch there in the middle, right? I think we're fine there. I must have miscounted. All right, I'm gonna try counting one more time. $95.99. Okay. I feel like I have too many. All right, you know what? Let me check the other side. The other side should be 1 fewer. There's 100 over there. Wait a minute. Okay, so we are 1 off. The outside is supposed to have fewer stitches. Okay. All right, I don't know. Okay. So I should have 106. Started with 90, 96. No. Started with 95. Added 4. That's 99. Okay, well, no, we're fine. We're fine. All right. So that was just me looping. I was looped across that as an extra thing. Okay. Whew. freak out. Freak out! We're good. Okay. Whoa. All right, so we're good to go. Let's go ahead and flip this. We got ads starting in about 3 minutes. I'm gonna use that opportunity to take a break. So it's a good time to get a stretch. Let's see if we can get our increases done here and get to a good pause point. So every time I'm like, oh, I've got the yarn fully open. No, it gets completely caught in whatever's going on. Okay, so we're gonna, this is our increase round. 4 increases total. We're gonna knit 2. Okay. Knit 2. Oh, yeah, I did have that right. Okay. Now we increase, and we're gonna milk, which is front to back. And then we're going to knit in the back. If I can get through that stitch. Boy, that was not clean. Okay. All right. This is always really tight on the needle here. Okay, there we go. All right. We are well on our way now. Alright, again, we've got ads starting here soon. When they hit, grab a stretch break. I'm going to do the same. We'll be back. 3 minutes ads. Alright, there's the ads. So, grab a stretch break. I will be right back. Hey. Good timing. Okay, let's go. Again, this is our increase row. We've done one increase, or one increase round. We've done one increase at the beginning here. We'll do one increase at the end. And we'll do that again on both sides, the other side. And then that will be the end of repeat 2. We're sort of halfway through the collar at this point. Let's see, it's almost 6:30. All right, we're coming up on our other increase here. Let me reset. Oops. Okay, so 2 stitches before the end, we do another increase. Now it's a merp, so we're going to go back to front, and then we're going to knit in the front, which is also extremely awkward, but I think less awkward than the other one. Oh, well, no, that was bad. Try that again. As I was saying, less awkward than the other one. No, it's awkward. I can't, I'm having trouble cleanly getting under this knit. I keep splitting. There we go. That might be good. There we go. All right. All right. And then we knit the last 2. So I guess this is kind of what makes the wing pattern for the collar. That makes this flare. Okay. So that was the first row for the increase. We got to do one more row for the round. Okay. All right, let's flip. Okay. There we go. We are flipped. We've got our stitches up and running. Okay. All right, we're gonna do a knit. Why does that feel weird? Okay. All right, I'm sure it's fine. All right, we knit 2 and then we're gonna milk. So we're gonna do an increase here. We're doing left. So we're gonna go front to back and then knit in the back. Also awkward. Really awkward to cleanly knit this stitch. Okay, try that again. Man. Is that? I guess that's good. Well, was not able to get that in. Okay, there we go. No. Okay. Front to back. All right, there we go. Oof. Takes a while to get enough like slack on the that extra stitch. Okay. Okay. Yep. So I think it was a little bit over an hour. Maybe it was more like an hour and a half, hour 20. When I did it this morning, the 3 rounds. So I think we're kind of on par with that, maybe a little bit slower, which is understandable. That's a lot more time than I was expecting. Oh, but it was good to get another round done this morning. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's wrapping around my foot. It's okay. We're fine. I've ended up picking up a bunch of games, kind of the classics in Japanese. So I picked up Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask. I've got those in English, but I thought it'd be fun to get a couple of the kind of classics in Japanese, and maybe we'll end up playing those at some point in Japanese. It'll be interesting. One of the weirder ones I picked up is Might and Magic. So on the Mexican Runners channel, he's out on vacation at the moment, and so his channel's on reruns from NES Mania. Normally his channel is set up in a way that you can, he's got a bot that you can do channel redeems to pick a video and watch it. It's not working. It's not working at the moment, and the last, I don't know, I guess it's been 4 days, has been his playthrough of Might and Magic on the NES, which took 84 hours. So normally with something like that, one, he'd either be playing Cuphead or something and would interrupt that. But inevitably someone would pick another video and move on. But because the bot is broken, we were able to watch. It played the whole 84-hour session. And it's a classic, I mean, just classic 90s role-playing game. And it's I forget the studio, but the Might and Magic studio. I ended up playing, I've shown the boxes on stream. It was the zine. Kind of like in the mid-late 90s, they came out with a pair of games called, it was Might and Magic branded, but it was called like The Clouds of Zine and something else. It was, the zine was the world. And the way the two games worked is they were technically two different games. Same engine, but different story plot line, but you're on the same plane. But you were literally, one was on the top side of the plane and then one was on the underside of the plane. That plane is in plane of existence. But if you had both, you could travel between them, or there were things that you could kind of do in between them. And there were things you could only do if you had both. So it was an interesting mechanic. And that was my first exposure to zine. But it was classic, sort of brutal dungeon crawler. First-person perspective, but tile-based, where you've got a party and you have random encounters, and it's like just endless healing and curing and all that stuff, and map wandering and quest solving and all that stuff. So this actually, I think, is the first game, and it's the NES version of it. I looked on eBay, and unfortunately, like the cartridge is like $100 or something like that. Like just the cartridge is like 110, the cheapest one. And if you get the map and the instruction manual, you're looking like $250 plus. But the Japanese version with everything was like $80. I'm like, oh. So I ended up picking up that one. Hopefully it'll be here in a couple weeks. And I picked up a bunch of other games. So again, like Ocarina and Majora's and Majora's Mask. Okay. Alright. We're 2 stitches before the end, so we need to do an increase, which is what I was hoping about. We're doing right, so we're gonna go back to front. And we're gonna knit in the front. Hey, first try. Other than passing up the stitch by 1 first. All right, there we go. Okay, so that's our second repeat. Phew. That's our second repeat. 3 rounds is a repeat. We need to do 2 more repeats plus 2 rounds. So we still have 8 more passes to do. But we're more than halfway through now the collar. So you can see we're slowly increasing on the end here. And this will be what folds over. Oh man. Okay. Okay, let's keep going. We got knitting to do. So not too bad so far, I guess. This is honestly though, this is not the hard part. As I found with doing the neckband, the hard part apparently is the Kitchener stitch. Somehow what seemed like was going to be the easy thing ended up being the really like, oh no, that was terrible. It's always how it goes. The thing where you're like, oh, that'll be easy, that'll be fine. Like, no, that was terrible. Terrible forever. Okay. All right, unfortunately, this is getting to be a nightmare again. Has the yarn completely come out at this point? Somehow? No, it's still in there. How? Where? Huh. I didn't think it was so, Wait, what's this other red one? Oh, that's just some random... That must have been in something, right? Or has it just been hanging out here? I guess I can remove this now. You know what? I can at least trim it. I'm gonna find out like, no, you shouldn't have done that. Whatevs. Okay. Why did you do that? The instructions did not say to do that. Ooh, dog. Did we lose a stitch? Did I lose a stitch there? I feel like I lost a stitch. That looks like a lost stitch. Shit. Okay. Yeah, that's a lost stitch. Is it? No, maybe it's not. It doesn't appear to be, no, okay. Alright, no, that's just from the turnaround. Whew. Boy, it's really hard to tell sometimes. Okay. Panic. Panic over. Alright, let's get back to it. We're on round 1 again. Yeah, that's not a drop stitch. Okay. Yeah, sorry, we're back. We're back to just knitting, no increases. The increases happen on the 3rd round, which we will probably not get to. We might get just to the 3rd round. Okay. Oops. Oh, hey Jamie Farmer, how are you doing? You're back. You got a watch streak. Hold on a second. Let me get to the next pause point here. You got the stealth streak. Oop. All right. Okay. All right, let's do it. The streakers are warmed up. Okay, here we go. Jamie Farmer, thank you for the 50 stream watch streak. We are going to celebrate by sending 50 little naked frogs across the screen. Let's go, streakers. Oh, wait, wrong button. There we go. There they go. Got a kitty. Yeah. Oh, you got 2 kitties and 1 to grow. Congratulations, 2 kitty cats. And thank you for the 50 stream watch streak. Well done. Probability smiles on you today. I keep meaning to add more stuff and I just keep forgetting. When I have spare time, I end up doing other things. Today I tested out some, whatchamacallit? Some Anki related stuff. You're working? Knitting on the DK scarf. Okay, nice. How many rows do you have to do every day, roughly, to like finish by the end of June? You finished the eye? You're back to using just 2 strands. That's good. Hit 2.77 rows. Okay. Well, that should be okay. It is surprising how much work those are. It is a lot of work. Oh, that's our increased stitch. It's really tight. All right, there we go. Woo. You've got a pretty... Right, if the eye is at like the 3rd waypoint, so you've got like another 1/3 to go before you get to the 2nd eye, I guess. Roughly. Oh, that made it even worse somehow. Let me go back and fix this. Smoother now. You'll slow down again. We can, yeah, okay. Other eye. You're on 4 now. Writing out 6. Okay. I don't know how that ended up getting split so badly. Okay, there we go. Well, that's a lot of work too, right? Writing all that out. Okay. All right. We're getting there. Okay, so this is now the second part of round 1. Hmm? Yeah, you feel like you'll make fewer mistakes. If it says knit. Yeah, right, right. No, that's probably true. I mean, it's certainly better to count that way. I got better as time was going on to basically just kind of do that in my head. And it was easier to, as I got used to with the way it looked on the needles, to double check. So just in case I like lost my place, like figuring out, okay, here's where I am. So I definitely I made a lot of mistakes early on as I was figuring out like how that worked and how to manage that. But definitely made fewer mistakes as I went on and got used to it. I'm sure that's a perishable skill, but excuse me, the general stuff is still the same. Honestly, the harder part for me was like trying to have a chat while doing it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, your pattern is pretty sporadic. Reading the row below is unhelpful. Yeah, but you can see like what you've done on your like the way you can count by the way the color changes. Although if you've got like 1 1 1 1 1, that always was like, well. And it was definitely no fun to try to fix a stitch. It's gonna be really nasty to try to fix a stitch with the with what we're looking at doing for the Demon Slayer. Because at least with almost all these patterns, it's the back is just the mirror image of the front. But we're looking at doing two different things on the front and back. So if you have to fix a stitch, yeesh, you got to pay real close attention about what's where. It's just not gonna be as simple of, well, I've got this color on this side, so it's the other color on the other side. Like, maybe not. Alright, it's almost 7. Well, 7:15. So we're making pretty good progress here. Alright, but this is still round one. Ugh. Ugh. We've got a bunch. Well, we're almost done with this round. Let me wait with my judgment until we're done with the until I'm done with this round. This is a lot of knitting. Last battle. Oop, there's that increase, really tight. Alright, there we go. There's the end of round one. Whew. Alright, we've done 6 increases so far. So that was round one. Oh, man. Oh, it's February 1st. I can't see where that is. All right, back we go. February 1st, back to 0. Alright, you know what? I'm just throwing those in my lap. It's easier. They just keep wanting to fall anyway. I don't have enough space on this table to do all this stuff. Okay. Okay. We are getting a little bit longer, though not really enough to really help out with the length. I guess it makes a little bit of a difference. 10 stitches on each side eventually.
Oh, ho, 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 ho.
Huh. I wonder where it went. I thought it was going to be in this pile, but it's not. Weird. Oh gosh. Ah. Oh, we got ads starting up again. Here we go. There. I'm wondering where the little hat went. Okay. Okay, this is now round 2. Yep, got ads starting soon. Well, I got 3 minutes of ads. Whoa. Giant robot. Do, 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 do.
Hello there.
Whew, okay, that's gonna be rough. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Okay, where were we? I was looking ahead through the Jujutsu Kaisen chapter. There's this whole segment with the comedian dude. There's like gonna be a whole 4 or 5 chapters with him fighting Kenjaku. And it's going to be filled with a lot of Japanese comedy. And so translating it is going to be really, really difficult. And when I say Japanese comedy, I mean like stand-up comics, of which I have very little experience. There's going to be a lot of like jokes and references to that. It's gonna be really difficult. Alright. We're on round 2 still. Let's see, it's a little after 7. We should be able to finish round 2 here. That'll set us up to do round 3 with the increases tomorrow. Or at least maybe we'll do a little bit of that today. We'll see. It's funny that this just knitting through these rows is pretty straightforward, but it still takes a lot of time. There's like 100 stitches on each side, and then there's a kind of the moving of the stitches constantly on this magic loop thing. So every time it's like, oh, I'm finally, ugh, that took forever. I'm also pretty sure that I've imbalanced the neckband, so we'll see how that turns out. That has the potential to like ruin this whole collar. So I'm probably more worried about that, but we're not going to really know about that until we're done with the collar. I think in the worst case, if I have shortchanged one side of that overlap, I can just do an early increase and catch up and just go from there, and it'll be fine. So I think we can compensate. Then the real question though then is how does it look, and probably not going to be too much of an issue. Oops. But we'll see. Like if you were looking really closely, you'd be like, oh yeah, okay, oops. But I don't think it's one of those things that'll be immediately visible. Kind of like I've been saying with the sort of neckband here, where it didn't turn out too well in some spots. Those won't be visible. That'll be what rests up against the neck. So, and also it's possible some amount of blocking will take care of that, but I don't want to stretch it out too much. You know, I'm just now realizing one of the things that I should probably do is make a sweater for the office. Even in the summertime, I find myself just being like freezing in that office. It's really bad in the wintertime. And I'm usually either keeping my jacket on or something like that. It actually wouldn't be a bad idea to have like a pullover to put on that's a thick wool. Alright, almost done with the first half of the round 2, or row 2. Two more stitches, and one, and done. Okay. And do the other half. It would be nice to do a simple sweater pattern. And I like the one that Semi was doing. That fine sweater, whatever it was called. With the moss stitch. It looks pretty straightforward. So I'll be very curious how that goes along for him. Oh, there's a game I never got around to playing. Sad. Boy, it'll be nice to get rid of all these dangly cables too. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so this is now the second part of the second row. Yeah, we should be able to finish this right about 7:30. I am worried about like remembering when starting up tomorrow, like we're starting with the increases. Like that runs the risk of slipping my brain, but oh well. Let's see, this is not a leap year, so we've only got 28 days in February, is that right? So only 28 days in this month. That's a quicker month. Oh, I already have that off. I was like, why does that stitch feel so loose? It's already off in you. Alright, so at this point, we've done what? 9, 10, 11 rounds, so we're definitely wider, longer than the neck band at this point, which you can see. This was only like 8 rows. And we're going for a total of like 17, so the collar will be a little bit double of the neckband. Collar looking good. Hey, thanks, Daiwick. Well, we'll see. The real kicker will be how well I stitch them together. So, but we'll practice that. We'll practice that before I do it. That way, increase the chances that it will look good when I'm done. It would be a shame to mess up the collar at the very end. The collar's not ready to... No, it is. It is. What did I say that sounded confusing? Oh, the finish for the collar is grafting the two sides together. So we're double knitting this collar. So right there's two sides to it, and the final bit is to graft the two with the Kitchener stitch. I butchered that doing that down here. It looks terrible, but that will be hidden. That'll be hidden. So that's fine. This will be exposed because it's the actual edge of the collar. So I need to get this when we grab that together. I need to get that right, and so we'll be practicing that before actually doing it, so that I better understand what I'm doing. The problem with what I did down here is that I don't know what I did wrong. I don't know if it's because I wasn't paying attention and went out of sequence. I don't know what I did wrong, and so if I don't practice, I run the risk of just doing the wrong thing again. I don't know if I just pulled the stitches too. It wasn't that, because I ended up with the wrong number. I had like 10 stitches here and 4 here, and it was supposed to be near equal. So somewhere along the way, I really goofed up badly, repeatedly, to get that far off. But again, like, I just don't know what I did. Oh. Just, what is that, single crochet? I don't know, there's probably other ways to finish it. At this point though, I just want to practice. I don't want to do something for the first time on this. Okay. Ooh. Wait a minute. What's going on here? Okay, I guess they were just kind of close together. You did some of the cookies? Oh, and you ate them all. Very nice. It's not even Valentine's Day. Did you have them with anything? Okay, so here today on stream I've done 5 rounds, 5 rows. And I did 3 earlier this morning. We have 6 left. So we could get close to finishing tomorrow. Alright. Yeah, close to finishing the collar and then getting to the point where we need to graft. Oh, you took a picture of the cookies? Cookies. Aw. Mushy hearts. They do look good. One of these like preformed dough things. They're mostly heart-shaped. I'm sure they were delicious. Do you have anything, have like milk or something? You're not going to have a Valentine's Day extravaganza? Yeah, we'll see if we do anything. I don't know. Ooh. Ooh. Pardon. Okay. That was the end of round 2 there. So we're on 3. So we got 3, 1, 2, 3 of the next, and then 2. So that's 6. That is indeed 6. So I will set up the next round here. Carefully, so I won't get the stitches too close to the end of the needle. But that'll be ready to go. So we're on the round where we do the increases. We do 2 in the front, 2 in the back. Nope, no milk, but they are good. I'm sure they were. Hate them as is, yeah. All right. So we made some good progress here today. The collar is coming along pretty well. I mean, it's just knitting, so it's pretty straightforward. Again, the real kicker will be when we go to graft it together, basically sewing the 2 ends. And again, as I've said, I'm going to practice that because I did the same thing down here, and it didn't go so well. And this will be hidden at least, but this will be exposed, so we do want to get it as good as possible. We need to be on our best performance for when we graft these together at the end. But again, we've got 6 more rounds to do, so that's like 1,200 stitches. So we still got a lot to do. And so that's going to take another day or 2. But I'm going to take a quick break, and we're going to read some Jujutsu Kaisen when I get back. So grab a stretch break, and I will be right back. If I can disengage from my headphones. Wow. Quiet you. No writing. All right, I'm back. Okay, thank you. They dispersed peacefully. wiggle. All right. I've been trying to clean up, as I've mentioned many times here, and today I was gonna put some of my crochet hats and hang them on the wall. And I have these old like 3M command strips, like hooks, and then like the backing glue that you put on there and put on the wall so that later you can pull off the strip and it's supposed to remove without tearing up the wall or whatever. And they're so old. I swear they're not that old, but they're so old that they've lost their stickiness. So I was like, well, I guess I'm not hanging this up today. So then, of course, I look online and I'm like, I need just like a rack or something to hang hats on or whatever. So I spend like 20 minutes looking for different things that'll fit the bill. I ended up buying like an accordion style rack. So we'll see. That should work pretty well. No, not a coat rack. It doesn't need to be that robust. You know, the diamond type that can collapse and move, and it's just got hooks on all the points. Because I went right. I've got like a bunch of crochet hats. I've got some wigs, things that I just want to hang up. Right now, they're just kind of in piles. So, all right. Well, we made it. We're 3 minutes from the end, but we made it through all of the. We made it through the soundtrack for Saga Frontier. That's impressive. It's a 3.5-hour soundtrack.
But if you have a bad piece of chicken, take it back to your market and complain and get all your friends to complain. That's the only way of getting good chicken.
That is the only way of getting good chicken. Corin, how was Dave's stream? All right. Not bad. Chit-chatting. Oops. Okay. All right, let me switch over the stream info. I already, for once, I prepped everything else. I noticed I just got my bill for the monthly woodblock. I guess that's the last one. They were behind by like 2 or 3 months, or 2 months, and so this, I think, is number 12. And then I guess it's nothing for until next year. Japanese manga translation. Writing and reading. Okay. I think we're good. All right. Let's hop to it. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Okay, let's read chapter 240 of Jujutsu Kaisen. Ikinokore! Survive! And we get a little splash page here. We talked about this before, but these chapter titles are kind of themed after old TV shows where the title of the chapter would be like some sort of command with the exclamation points. And we're kind of in this funky area where the, what's his name? The comedian is fighting with Kenjaku. But we appear to be taking a little bit of a step back or break here. And we've got Angel talking here. Gojo Satoru to Daten no ketchaku ga tsuku mae ni Kenjaku ni kishu o kakeru beki da. Okay, so Angel is saying Gojo Satoru, and he calls Sukuna, that's the kanji, but he calls Sukuna Daten, which is the fallen angel. So Gojo and the fallen angels, I guess, like conclusion before arriving. Hey, Ah-chan, how's it going? Welcome on in, everyone. How was the stream? What were you cooking today? How are you doing? Welcome on in. Yokoso. Hope you're having a good stream. Thank you so much for the raid. Hey, if you're not already following Ah-chan JP, click on that heart icon right now. Check out the next stream. Often doing live cooking and in Japanese. Always a lot of fun to see. Konbanwa, how are you doing? Or ohayo. I hope you had a good day. Hope the stream was good. What was on the menu for today? Well, welcome in, everyone. As you can see, we're about to read. We just started here, Jujutsu Kaisen. We're kind of late in the series. And so if you haven't watched or seen or read any of this, you probably want to avoid spoilers. Onigawara, ohayo, how are you doing? Good evening. Oh, you played tonight. What were you playing? Final Fantasy 14? Something else? Well, thank you again so much for the raid. I'll give it a second here. So, welcome in, everyone. We do a variety of things here. We do crafting, knitting, crochet. We make chainmail. Here's a chainmail Tororo. Actually, there we go. A little bit better. A little chainmail Tororo. So a lot of crafting stuff, but I am practicing my Japanese. Nihongo benkyou shitemasu. And so I read manga and do the translation in line. Teen Metoru? Yeah, thank you. Kawaii. You play Takoyaki Party Survival and Gartic Phone and Minecraft. Wow. Wait, Takoyaki Party Survival. I'm curious what this is. I mean, normally I would eat takoyaki, so. Oops. Takoyaki. Takoyaki Party Survival. Okay. Oh boy. Please consume calories by squatting. That's funny. So you make takoyaki with different things inside, and that gives you... Oh, I see. I see, okay. Yeah, it's on Steam. Oh, so there we go. Hold on. Yeah, okay, so you make the takoyaki, put in your thing and flip it. But then you've got your different nutrients, your calories, and I guess if you get too much, you do squats. That's funny. That's very cute. I assume this is multiplayer, so you can play this with folks on stream. That's cute. Yeah, you can play with viewers. Okay. Oh, you teamwork. Okay. Can you burn your mouth? Most important question. Kuchi no naka ga moteru? Burning the inside of the mouth. I guess it's more about your viewers love this. I'll have to check it out. No, it looks very cute. And it's only $3. I mean, come on. Okay. Let me add this to my wish list. Fever. I've got a fever for takoyaki. Oh, that's very cute. Wait, what is that supposed to be? Oh, is it survival? No. Oh, taco pa sabaibaru. Okay, I got it. Taco pa sabaibaru. I'm like, wait a minute. I like, that's very cute. Absorption rate, 100%. All right, well, definitely we'll check that out. Now, I hate to say this because this is going to be really embarrassing, but oops, wrong thing. If you're not familiar with Jujutsu Kaisen, normally it's about sorcerers doing battle, right? Hence the name. We've entered a period here where there's a battle going on between this comedian guy, a geinin, and it's going to contain a lot of stuff that I just don't understand because it's going to reference Japanese comedians and gags that I'm not familiar with. So this will be very embarrassing for me, and I apologize for what's about to happen. Yeah. So, but thank you again so much. Wish me luck. Wish me luck. I was just looking up Ketchaku, which I assumed was conclusion. Yeah, conclusion, settlement, and Daten, blah blah blah, Kenjaku. Oh, Kishu. Oh, surprise attack. Okay. Oh, I will say, in case you don't like Jujutsu Kaisen, later we will be reading Azumanga Daioh. We're almost at the end. We're on volume 4. There's only 4 volumes. We're almost at the end of Azumanga Daioh. We'll read from that. And a bit later, we will be reading Akira. And we're almost at the end of that, too. We're actually about halfway through the last volume. So we're getting towards the end. I will say, when we finish Azumanga Daioh, we're planning on reading Fushigi Neko no Q-chan. So, cute kitty in the future. That'll probably start in a week or so. Anyway, so, with that, let's try this again. So thank you again, Ah-chan. I hope you have a good one. We're gonna do our best here to make it through this chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen. All right, here we go. Oh. There we go. Okay, let's read chapter 240 of Jujutsu Kaisen. Ikinokore. Ikinokore. Survive. Survive. We've talked about this before. These chapters around here are all these like commands, imperatives, styled after TV shows where the title is often some sort of command for what's going on. We get a little splash art page here. And these chapters are about the comedian fighting Kenjaku, but apparently this chapter is going to start with a little bit of a background or some other thing going on. So we're back with these guys, but we'll get back. Hey, how's it going? Speech bubbles in Azumanga are bigger and easier. Maybe zoom in more. Oh, yeah, no worries. Yeah, got it. Okay. Hey, thank you for the follow. All right, so Angel is talking here and saying, Gojo Satoru to Daten no ketchaku ga tsuku mae ni kenjaku ni Daten, yeah, kenjaku ni kishu o kakeru beki da. So Angel is suggesting that Gojo Satoru and Daten, the fallen angel, but the kanji are for Sukuna, which is what Angel calls Sukuna, the fallen angel. So conclusion settlement before arriving at. So again, like before arriving at the conclusion of Sukuna and Gojo Satoru's battle, to Kenjaku, a surprise attack doing ought to do. So basically, we ought to do a surprise attack on Kenjaku before the battle between Gojo and the fallen angel ends. Comes to a conclusion. So even though the background isn't black, normally flashbacks are black. This is happening before the battle has begun because they're saying that before the battle between Sukuna and Gojo ends. So Gojo is still in the fight, or it hasn't started yet. Okay, so there's all their responses to that reaction. Hey, nobody knows. Yeah, welcome on in. Thank you. 我々が打点に勝利しても賢弱の目的日本の人間と天元の超速度化が達成されては意味がない. This is Angel still talking, saying, we, by Sukuna, by the fallen angel, victory even if doing. So even if we win against Sukuna, Kenjaku's aim, Kenjaku's goal of doing the whatever that super transformation of Tengen with the people of Japan, as for, I guess, like, what does Tase? Oh, achievement. As for letting that letting that achievement be done, meaning doesn't exist. So even if we win, there's no meaning in that. It doesn't mean anything if we win, if the achievement is done of all this. And again, this is Kenjaku's goal is to merge the people of Japan with Tengen, and the Chocho Fukudoka was this what was it, like a higher life form something, the Chofuku. Duplication, overlapping. This didn't make any sense. And Doka transformation, like the super duplication transformation of Tengen with the people of Japan. The whole chapter is going to be like this, so I'm sorry. Kenjaku ga tsuika shita rule kara shite player o iso shite shimetsu kaiyu o owaraseru koto ga douka no jouken nan da yo na. So Hakari is looking at something and saying Kenjaku's doing addition rules from those, doing a cleanup of the players and making the event of making end the Death Annihilation rotating game. I guess, what is the condition of the transformation? Doka is just transformation, or the assimilation. Okay. Am I making Anki cards? No, but I am entering them into Z kanji. I can transfer these into Anki. That is possible. Okay. So again, like from the rules that Kenjaku added, meaning to the game, and again, doing the cleaning up of the players for the event of making end the Death Annihilation rotating game. So Kenjaku added that rule that all the players had to be dead for the game to end. Hakari is asking, like, it's a condition of transformation? Oh, I guess he means this transformation. Like the game has to come to an end. Maybe that's a condition for the transformation to happen. He's asking that as a question. That's the first page. それなら心配ないですよね. If that's the case, worry not doing it is, right? So if that's the case, we don't have to worry, right? Boku ya Hakari senpai mo Shimetsu Kaiyu no player na wake da kara, Sukuna to 戦っている最中に賢弱の目的が達成されることはない. So Okotsu is saying, like, if that's the case, that all the players have to be annihilated, then we don't have to worry because me and Hakari senpai also, this guy, because we are players in the game, Sukuna fighting with in the middle of, like while we're in the middle of fighting with Sukuna, Kenjaku's objective, achievement being done event as for that will not exist. So basically, like as long as we're in the middle of the fight with Sukuna, because we're also players in the game, then Kenjaku can't achieve his aim. If that's what Hakari said is true. Hey, nuts and stitches. Okay, what's his name here? Kusakabe is thinking, Sukuna ni katteta toshite mo, kochi gawa no player ga zenmetsu shite itara te chacha wa yabo ka? All right. Okay, so normally this is like mucha kucha. What is just cha-cha? Is it still the same meaning? Disruption. Okay. Oh, and yabo. Unrefined, boorish. Okay. So he's thinking by Sukuna, even if doing winning. So even if we win against Sukuna, or even if victory against Sukuna, this side's players, like the players on our side, if doing complete annihilation, talking about that, as for disruption, it's unrefined. What's that supposed to mean? As for disruption, okay. Our players on this side, even if winning against Sukuna, our players on this side, if it's doing complete annihilation. So even if we win, but if our players are completely annihilated, as for disruption, as for whatever, cha-cha, it's unrefined. I guess it could also mean like pointless, thoughtless. Okay. Let's just keep going. プレイヤーでもミワとかは戦闘に参加しないし、そこまでネガティブな話をする意味はないわな。Even for the players, as for Miwa, that's one of the, is that the sword girl? As for Miwa and people like that, on the battlefield, participation not doing. So even about players, people like Miwa aren't participating on the battlefield. To that point, a negative story doing, as for meaning, does not exist. So maybe like being so negative, doing talking so negatively, there's no point in doing that. There's no meaning in talking so negatively because you've got people like this not participating on the battlefield. Which also seems weird because if he's saying like they'll be fine, then won't they just be hunted down? Anyway, okay, let's just move on. Gojo Satoru ga maketa toki, Kenjaku gawa kara kishu o kakete kitara. Okay, so Okotsu is asking, Gojo, at the time of losing, from Kenjaku's side, a surprise attack if it comes. So Okotsu is basically asking, what happens if Gojo loses, that a surprise attack comes from Kenjaku's side? Ma sukuna de teippai no toki ni sore wa kanpen da na. Okay, Hakari says, well, with Sukuna, hands full time. As for that, it's kanpen, which is just, isn't that just forbearance? Kanben. Pardon, forgiveness. Okay, so basically, like at the time that we'll have our hands full with Sukuna, as for that, meaning like if there's a surprise attack from Kenjaku, then it's pardon, forgiveness, forbearance, meaning like I guess we'll just have to deal with it. Kishu de nakotemo. So this is Angel saying, even if there's not a surprise attack. Moshi Gojo Satoru ga make, and if Gojo Satoru loses, sono go warawara ga daten ni shinsho shita toshite manshin soi de Kenjaku to tatakau koto ni naru. Okay, so if Gojo loses, and even if there's a surprise attack, after that, we, by Sukuna, or to Sukuna, the fallen angel, a spicy victory? What is a shinsho? A narrow victory. Okay, that is kind of a spicy victory. A shinsho, I guess like for a narrow victory, manshin soi. Oh, okay, this is a Yoji Jukuko. Having wounds all over the body. Okay, so manshin is the whole body, like the fullness, the body in full. And I guess soli is, oh right, that so can also mean wounds and injuries. Okay. Manshin Soya, with wounds all over the body, with Kenjaku, fighting event it becomes. So basically it means like with a narrow victory, it will become the event of fighting with Kenjaku being wounded. With wounds covering the body. Okay. And then I guess this is one of these two saying this. 俺たちが少なにしようとしていることをされる可能性があるってことか? And we, by Sukuna, trying to do event, being done possibility exists. It's that sort of an event, or that sort of a thing. So is it the event that you're saying that this possibility exists of being done, the event of what we're trying to do to Sukuna? Meaning like they may try to do to us what we're trying to do to Sukuna, I guess. Okay, let's just keep going. We're not even at the hard part of the chapter. Tanki no fuyuchi nara zenin de wanchan chu kanji daga. Wanchan, like a dog? Okay. Tanki. It is Tanki, right? Am I looking right at it? Oh, there it is. Single horseman. Tanki no fuichi nara. Wow. Surprise! Oh, another surprise attack. Okay, so if it's the surprise attack of a single horseman, meaning like one person, with Zenin, presumably that's a Maki. Wanchan Teiyu Kanji da. It feels like we're saying it's one. Okay, Onigawara is saying this is Wanchan is one chance, which sounds a little bit better than like a dog. Oh, okay. I guess no, this is not saying if it's a surprise attack of a single person, like a single fighter, then with Maki, it feels like that's the one chance. Okay. But they weren't talking about. Oh, they're talking about sending one person to attack Kenjaku. Got it. And he's saying like Maki seems the right person for the Wanchan. I don't. If I had heard Wanchan, I think I would have thought little doggy. Sukuna-sen no mae ni zenryoku o wakaru no wa nansensu daro. Okay. As for, is that supposed to be separating? As for dividing battle strength before the Sukuna battle, it's nonsense, right? So it makes no sense to divide battle strength before the fight with Sukuna. Towaie, 半端なやつは資格として送れない一級の俺らでもかなり役不足だ. So besides, for example, as for fragmented guys or fragmented things, 資格として送れない一級の俺でも even we of level 1 not transmitting as Shikaku. Isn't that assassin? Yeah, Shikaku is assassin. So even we of the first level is the level of sorcery. We haven't seen them talk much about this anymore, but they're the top, right? There's also Tokyu special level, but so even we of the first level not transmitting or not sending as assassins, it's very much Yakubusoku, which is not sufficient in the role. Yakubusoku. Dissatisfaction with the work given to one. Feeling oneself above the given work. Hey, Damara, how's it going? Even kanari yakubusoku da. It's very much feeling above the role. Okay, I'm not quite sure. I mean, like I kind of get the pieces, but they don't seem to fit together the right way. Besides, as for fragmented guys, or as for fragmented things, or like hanpa is like partial, not full, not complete. Even we of first rank, not whatever transmitting as assassins, it's very much like below the roll. Huh. Okay. It says feeling oneself above the given task, meaning like you're too good. The reason I'm confused is I'm looking at the English translation too, and this says we're underqualified, which seems to be the opposite of what this is saying. So I don't. That makes more sense. Considerably, yeah. I don't know. I don't quite get how to piece that together right. Goyo no ho no yaku busoku ne. Goyo. Oh, maybe this is Meme is pointing out it's an incorrect use of the direction of yaku busoku. Yeah. So he probably meant to say that like we're above the task, and then she's saying like that's a misuse of the direction of being of yaku busoku. Yeah. Okay. All right. Komake na, like don't. Is that like don't like bicker about details? Komakai is like detailed. Like don't be trivial, don't be minute. I guess that's what he's trying to say there. And he's angry. Watashi wa shippo maite nikita zenka ga aru kara rongai. Okay, so Meme is adding, as for me, I guess like turning tail and running away. Zenka. Previous conviction. I'm a previous offender of running away and turning my tail. Shippo. Yeah, shippo maku is to turn tail. So as for me, I'm a previous offender of turning tail and running away. That exists, so because of that, I'm outside of this conversation. Orongai. Which I guess is also like, yeah, out of the question, but okay. Watashi wa Takaba Fumihiko o suisen suru. Okay. As for me, Takaba, well, I will do, like, I'm going to recommend Takaba Fumihiko, which is the comedian dude. Suisen. Yeah, endorse, that sort of a thing. Hampa Nayatsu, not a half-ass kind of guy. Well, I mean, that could also work. I just usually see hanpa as a fragment. But maybe it gets used more as like half-assed. I don't know what that means as a topic for this thing, but either way. Okay, so she's nominating Takaba, which elicits surprise. Yoku wakanne player o, that often not understanding player, like that one player that I don't understand often. Ima no tokoro, ハミチニガイの 印象がない男だぞ。今のところ、ハミチン。Oops. Oh. Okay. So if hamichichi is exposed breasts, hamichin is hamichinpo, which is exposed junk. Exposed dick. 以外の印象がない男。And show. An unexpected impression, not existing guy? Half-assing below our station. Hampa janai. He's not bad, he's cool. Okay, 今のところ、ハミチン以外の印象がない男だぞ。Okay, I guess like he's a guy that doesn't have an impression outside of his half-exposed junk right now. Like a guy that doesn't leave an impression other than the fact that he's like half naked. Ore no jutsu shiki ni, kare no jutsu shiki ni warui eikyou ga deru kamoshirenai kara. Kare no jutsu shiki ni warui eikyou ga deru kamoshirenai kara. Because it might put out a bad effect on his technique. Ima kara hanasu koto wa 口外しないでほしい。Talk about 自身にもだ。Because now, as for the event of speaking, I guess, desiring not doing speaking outside, 口外. Disclosure, yeah, okay. Even to talk about himself. So, Angel is prefacing something, saying like, because it might have a bad effect on his technique, meaning his skills, his sorcery. Basically, what I'm about to say now, as for the event of talking from now, disclosure not doing, desiring, even to talk about himself. So basically, don't tell anyone this, even to talk about himself. Kare no jutsushiki wa, as for his technique, ... And now we're going back to, so we're not going to see an explicit description of his technique. Kotogotoku. All together, entirely. Kotogotoku. Okay, so, oh God. Okay. Now, maybe this means wholly, entirely, like it's not effective. So when we last saw it, Kenjaku had done an attack on him, and he made a comment about like, it's not that the attack didn't work. It's like it wasn't effective. And so this might be like, it's wholly like not effective or something. And we can see he's hamming it up. The centipedes are attacking. Ton dakara heiki dea da ita. Oh, okay. This is cartoon. Because I'm a cartoon, I'm fine. Heiki da, I'm calm composure. So because I'm a cartoon, I'm fine. And he's like, I guess, ow! So he's trying to pretend, or maybe like, because these are a cartoon, I'm fine. because it's a cartoon, it like calm composure. And then he gets hurt. Yeah, so he's probably trying to say, like, because these are cartoons, there's nothing to worry about. Is that supposed to be a Deadpool reference? That could be. There's going to be a lot of... I mean, I can see right now, we got a Yu-Gi-Oh reference down here. That one I can get. Watashi no jutsu shiki ga muge ni sareru. So Kenjaku is thinking, my techniques being made to be muge. It is muge, right? Flat, cold, or refusal. No, that's not mugen. That mugen is infinite. Muge ni sareru. My techniques being done as like a flat refusal. So yeah, well, I mean, I guess muge, if it means flat or cold, meaning like my techniques are getting received cold or like flatly, meaning they're not effective. Sore gensaku de itte nai kara ne. That thing in the original work, not saying, you know, because like that's not in the original work. Gensaku is like original, yeah, original work, meaning like the actual information or whatever, the source. Rongebozu. Rongebozu. Yujami ni kattemasen. Okay. Rongebozu. That's the long-haired monk. Long-haired monk. So he's laughing and saying, you long-haired monk, Yujami ni kattemasen. Can't win against Yujami. Yujami. This is a Yu-Gi-Oh reference, right? He's got cards in his hand. This was like first season Yu-Gi-Oh anime, right? The dude with the Yujami. What is this and why is it like hiragana halfway through? Yujami. Is that supposed to be like you and me? Can't win against you and me? That I don't quite get. Alright. Osoraku kono player no jutsu shiki wa jisho no souzou. Your friend has a tattoo with that? What? Wait, what? Perhaps, as for the technique of this player, it's the creation of... Oh, you just activated my trap card. Well, that's what the English says, but I can't get that out of here. Yujami ni kattemasen. We need an asterisk, yeah, to explain the joke. Okay, Jisho. Keep in mind, right, one of the problems with this chapter and this guy is he's going to be telling a lot of Japanese jokes. So the English translation is not always going to be able to directly translate what he is actually saying. So as good as it is to look at the English as a reference, it is not actually necessarily an accurate translation, because it probably won't make any sense. So unless if we can figure out what Yujami is, then Yeah, it would help if I knew what the actual phrase is then. Yujami. This says Yujakumi. No, that's not right. Yujakumi. No, I'm getting all these Yujakumi. I'm also getting Yuyami. Yuyame. Well, okay. We'll move on. I mean, there's something along this lines. I'm pretty sure that's a Yu-Gi-Oh joke. Anyway, and Jisho was phenomenon, right? Yeah, event phenomenon. So Kenjaku is thinking, perhaps as for the technique of this player, it's the fabrication, creation of phenomenon. Huh? So notice, like, he does this, and this bandana appears on Kenjaku. Kare no imeji no gugenka to kyosei. Oh boy. It's the compulsion. It's the compulsion compulsion of gugenka, which is like yeah, incarnation of his images. Yeah, the enforcement and creation of his images, meaning like what he's imagining. Pishu, or whatever he's throwing off the bandana. Hetta o sureba, if do unskillfully. ... So Kenjaku is basically saying, like, if I don't do this well, if I'm not careful, No. I like how we get a little footigana there to help you pronounce no. So he's sad that Kenjaku threw off the bandana. Watashi no sennen no, my 1,000 years of Jujutsu know-how ga tsujinai. Yeah, so this is a completion of this. Like, if I'm not careful, if I do this unskillfully, my 1,000 years of sorcery know-how will not be helpful. It won't pass through. Niate na no ni. Niate ta na no ni. So even though it suited you, meaning like, so sad that you took it off. Oh, okay. That's a note for something over here. Tonda player ga ita mon da. Daga donna jutsushiki de mo ana wa aru. Tonda player. Okay, what is Tonda? Some sort of player. Like, he's an annoying player, a Tonda player, but even to whatever the technique, as for holes, they exist. So basically, it doesn't matter who the player is. There's always holes, meaning gaps, weaknesses in the technique, whatever the technique. Tonda. I guess it's unthinkable, inconceivable, awful, terrible, serious. Anyway, Kimi, nanimono, you, like, who are you? Nabe shozoku Takaba Fumihiko da. Okay, so he introduces himself as Takaba Fumihiko of the Nabe Shozoku, which is some sort of clan. Yeah, attached to Nabe. Whatever Nabe means, it would be the name of a comedy group or something like that. Nabe means like pot. So 自慢じゃないが、去年の it's here. 去年の P1 は1回戦まで進出している. Okay, so boasting pride, it isn't, but so this isn't a boast. But as for last year's P1, we'll get to that in a second. First, up until the first round battle, did, I guess, like progression. Shin Shutsu. Man, the way this chapter is going, this is going to take 2 hours. Yeah, to advance. So, like, I advanced up into the first round of last year's P1. Pin Geini Nihonichi o Kimeru Taikai. So it's a contest, an assembly that decides Japan's #1 entertainer. And I guess Pin entertainer. Apparently Pin can mean stand-up, like that type of comedy. What was it? Pin gaining? Yeah. Apparently that's what the pin means. Jisho. No results for Pingay. Okay. All right. Well, anyway. So he made it up into the first round battle of last year's P1. P1 って番組の手際の悪さが一番面白かったあの P1? Okay, so talking about P1, Tegiwa, the badness of Tegiwa. Damn it. The badness of Tegiwa, of the performance of the program was the #1 interesting thing. That P1? Okay, so he's confused. He's like trying to figure out. Like you're talking about that P1? It's just one person? Okay. Oh, right. But what does the pin mean? Pin. Zenpin, oh, there it is. Zenpin ni geini no teki ni mawashita zo kisama. Okay, all of these stand-up comedians to enemies turned, you bastard. So, yeah. So Kenjaku gives like a little bit of an insulting thing here about like, oh, the most interesting thing about P1 is how bad the program is. You're talking about that P1? And Takaba's response is basically like, you bastard, you turned into an enemy all of the stand-up comedians. 冗談だよ. It's a joke, you know. 1回戦で落ちてるやないかいってツッコミ待ちが鼻についてね. Okay, it's a joke, you know. Waiting on the gag, waiting on the comedy of saying in the first round, failing, isn't it that? And something about Hananitsuku, arriving in the nose. What expression does this mean? to be sick and tired with, to stink, to be cloying. So you're maybe like supposed to be like suggesting. You're stinking, sick and tired with, being disgusted with, I don't know. But you're waiting on the joke of me saying this. Like, oh, like you lost in the first round, didn't you? Shiruto demo, even amateurs, ikkai-sen wa toru nenzo te tsukomimachi ga hana ni tsuite ne. Yeah, and even amateurs, as for the first battle, the first round, passu, you know, that gag waiting for, again, hana ni tsuite. So he's like, oh, you were wanting me to say these lines, weren't you? Kono namagusa bozu. Cloying. I don't think that's a good use of hana ni tsuku here. It means kind of like to be stuck in the nose. Like, I think like that's like what you had ready to go. Because normally cloying would be like clinging. But anyway, namagusa is just stinky, right? Yeah, smelling of fish. Right, so this, you can see, right, Takaba is shaking with anger. Like, you stinky monk. Nabe nabe nanda. It's nabe nabe. Tekkiri poni kato. Surely, certainly, it's pony? Question mark. And I guess this is tomota. Like I thought for sure it would be pony. Presumably that's another group, like nabe nabe. So clearly Kenjaku is starting to play the game here. Yoku iwareru ga akogareteru geinin ga ite ne. Okay, often being said, like that's often being said, I guess that he's in pony. Yearning or longing for comedians or performers existing, you know? Mental resetto. Mental reset. Waraui no sedai nanda. Laughing dog generation it is. Okay, so maybe like I'm of the generation of the laughing dog. This is where I'm way in my deep. I have no idea what pony nabe nabe warau inu. Are nanka? Huh? Somehow. Okay, let's skip this for a second. This is Kenjaku. Somehow, omotteta yori hanashi ga tsujiru kamo. So somehow more than I thought, conversation passing, it seems, or maybe I can have a conversation more than I thought, meaning like them talking. Vocabula janayenda. Vocabula janayenda. It's not. It sounds like vocabulary. Vocabula. It's not vocabula. Ma mitaman ma ka. Well, I guess mitaman ma is like it's like you see it. It's just like you see it. Yeah, manma is that conditioner state. It's like it's as it looks. Well, it's just like it looks. It's not vocabula. Oh, teuka koitsu. I mean, this guy. Kekko Owarai suki jane? Okay, this may have actually been him thinking this. Like, oh, hey, maybe I can talk with this guy. I mean, as for this guy, splendid laughing liking, isn't it that? Certainly, whatever. Kekko, a lot. Owarai, laugh, a smile, liking, isn't it that? Nabe Nabe can be a character tick. No, he introduced himself with as being of the Nabe Nabe group. Where was it? Yeah, he said he was with the Nabe Nabe Shozoku. Nande konna koto surunda? Okay, so why this sort of a thing doing? So why are you doing this? Presumably that's takaba. Konna koto te, saying this sort of a thing. So like, what do you mean when you say this sort of a thing? That's presumably kenjaku. Hito ni kuroshiai sasetari, making people kill each other. Making killing each other towards people, things like that. So why are you, that's what he means. Hito o gattai. And gattai is like fusion. Fusing people. Yeah. Coalescing people. Sasete bakemono o umo toshitari. And doing things like trying to give birth to a monster, making the fusion of people. By fusing people. Omoshirosou dakara, because it seems fun. It seems interesting. Kono hanashi, kyou 2回目だから、はしょって言うと、知的好奇心。知的好奇心? Okay. This story today, second time because. So because I've talked about this for the second time today. Or this is the second time I'm talking about this today. The shortened version, if I say the shortened version, which is the hasho, yeah, to abridge. If I say the abridged version, it's knowledge, liking, mysterious heart. This seems like a phrase. Chiteki ko. Yeah. Intellectual curiosity. So the short version is he's intellectually curious. Chiteki ko kishin. じゃあ、もっと面白いことがあれば、そんな強固には及ばないってことだな。Well then, all the more interesting event if existing, as for to that sort of a evil action, kyoko? Yeah, violence, murder, crime. Obanai te koto. It's the event called not, I guess, moving forward with. Oyobanai. Yeah, like not committing that thing. So basically, if there's something more interesting, then you wouldn't go ahead, you wouldn't commit those evil acts, that crime, that violence. Satene, well, you know, so that's a very non-committal answer. Kao ni kaite aru ze. So this is talk about laughing and saying, like, it's written on your face. Waraseta miro to. Okay, it's written on your face. Warasete miro. Try making me laugh. Warasete. Hoshino. Yeah, okay. So desiring making laugh. Nani? What? Kagami, mirror. So this is also some sort of classic gag, right? It's saying basically, it's written on your face that you want me to make you laugh, and then it literally happens, right? We are roughly halfway through the chapter. いいだろ、その貴様にこの一発ギャグを披露しよう. That's fine, right? Or fine then, enough. To that sort of a you, to someone like you, this one-shot gag joke will do. I'll try to do hiro. Is that just like throw out? Oh, introduction of hiro. Let's do introduction of this one-shot gag. 著作権フリーだ。何度でもこうするといい。Okay. 著作権. Oh, this is a copyright. Yeah. Publishing of works authority, it's free. So it's copyright free. And even many times, kosuru. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. I guess like even if you do it many times, it's fine. It's good. Hey, Lil Chain. Yeah, how's it going? Okay, and then ki ni naru. Okay, this is like ki ni naru. So now a new thing is written on his face, which is like getting interested or becoming interested. Ko. Yoke na ose Wi-Fi. Wait, Wi-Fi? Bun. Okay. Yoke na ose Wi-Fi. All right. So, okay. Yoke means like excessive. And osewa. Osewa means usually like taking care of someone. Assistance. Yeah. But he turns osewa into Wi-Fi. And again, yoke just means, oh, it's unnecessary, too much. Oh, okay, so this is like, I guess, excessive taking care of, but it blends into Wi-Fi. Not sure what that actually would mean. Yokena osewa. I guess is, oh, right. Okay, so yokena sewa is like mind your own business. Yeah, because it's like you're being excessively helpful or whatever. Too much, whatever. But he blends it into Wi-Fi. So whatever still that means. Mind your own Wi-Fi, I guess. Phew. Ano-sa, well, you know. それは多分喫茶店とかで電波クソ弱な Wi-Fi に勝手につながりそうになった時に生まれたギャグだと思うんだけどさ。Okay. So Kenjaku is saying, as for that, meaning as for your joke, probably at a coffee shop or someplace like that, the electromagnetic frequency, the signal, crappily weak Wi-Fi to that, freely randomly connecting or trying to connect, became time, born joke it is, think, but you know. So basically saying like, I think that's a joke that you came up when you were trying to that you gave birth to when you were trying to connect to a really crappy Wi-Fi at a coffee shop. めちゃくちゃ分かってくれてるじゃないか. Like, you really get me, don't you? Yeah, crazy understanding doing the favor, isn't it that? Like, you really understood me on that one. Yeah, it's that osewa. But the expression is yoke na sewa, which is or yoke na osewa, which is mind your own business. いや、私には伝わるよ。プロだからね。Okay, so Kenjaku is responding, well, answer to me. We'll come back to that. Because I'm a pro. Because I'm a professional. Sutawa, like to transmit? To understand? Yeah, okay. Well, as for to me, it transmits. I don't know, because I'm a pro. Oh, maybe like, meaning like I get the joke. The joke transmits to me because I'm a professional. Nano? What? でも、テレビの前の視聴者に伝わるかって言うとそうじゃないよね。Okay, but to an audience, a viewership in front of a television, will it transmit? Like, will they get it? That sort of a thing. That way it isn't, you know? Biku or Giku? Gulp. Thank you, Nemo. Thank you. That is my number one complaint about this series. Most of the other manga we read here, I can do it in like 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes a chapter. Every time with Jujutsu Kaisen, it's like an hour. This chapter is going to be an hour and a half. It's been this way this entire time. It's ridiculous. Anyway, thank you. But I appreciate someone else saying that unprompted by me. Yeah, exactly. Blah, 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 and nothing happened. Or blah, blah, blah. I have to explain to you why I broke all the previous rules that I talked about. like this. This will be pointless. But let's go ahead. Tatoeba-sa, for example, you know? Okay, so this is Kenjaku explaining what he means about like the joke not... the audience not getting the joke. So, for example, you know... Haranishi-san no gyagu de, with a joke from Haranishi, so presumably a famous comedian. Sebone o hikonuitara, if yank out the spine, tateraren teiyu no ga aru desho, not able to stand up, it's that sort of a thing that exists, right? Okay, so there's a joke, presumably from this comedian, about where he says that if you pull out a person's spine, sebone, they can't stand up, right? Sebone o hiko nuitara to taterare hen no compacto na friochi gyagu. Friochi-gyagu na wake. The reason it's a friochi gag, a compact, whatever this is, with those two phrases, it's compact. Friochi gyagu. Oh, to shake and throw off. Okay. Okay, so the reason is it's a shake and throw off joke, a compact one. So the joke is all in one. The setup and the punchline are all in one thing. Although, what does this mean? If you pull out the spine, not able to stand up. I mean, there's some other joke in here that I'm not getting, because the answer is like, yes. Kimi no yoke na ossa Wi-Fi wa sebone o hikkonuitara mitai na furi ga nai. Okay, so as for your joke, which was the excessive Wi-Fi, the line, the manner, the style, like if you pull out someone's spine, that doesn't exist. So there's no setup. It doesn't have a footy like if you pull out someone's spine. Taterarehen dakeja. It's just the not able to stand up. It's just the punchline. Nani mo tsutawaranai desho. There's nothing to understand, right? Okay. Wakateru yatsu ni logicalに否定されるとすっごい傷つく. Okay, so Tanabata, or whatever his name is, this dude's name, by an understanding person, logically refusal being done? Yeah, negation, denial, refusal being done. It's incredibly wounding, painful. So it's incredibly wounding when somebody by a person that understands or gets it, does a logical refusal, meaning like of a joke. Biku? Shock. Okay. Hitoriagari nanda yo ne. Hitoriagari. It's hitoriyagari, which is like Yogari, sorry. Self-satisfaction, self-importance, or complacency. So this is Kenjaku explaining, like, this is self-importance, complacency. So notice, he is surprised. It's almost as if Kenjaku is using his ability to change the setting to what looks like a interview, right? What do you call it? Where someone gives a performance and the director or whomever is evaluating them. Audition. Brain is in the completely wrong mode at the moment. Okay. Omae to owarai yatte mo tanoshiku nee en da yo. With you, even doing owarai, which is like smiling, laughing, but if it's a noun form, so it almost feels like comedy. Yeah, like doing comic, being a comic with you, it's not fun. I don't look forward to it. It's not good. So this is now Takaba. Mo skosho kyaku-san o ishiki shite neta o tsukutte kudasai. A little bit more. Please do making of a conscious neta for the audience, for the customers, the guests. What is neta? Oh, joke material. Okay. So please fabricate, like on purpose, your jokes with a little bit more of the towards the customer or the guest. Have an idea about why the random place katakana like omae? Where is that here? Oh, you mean like why is it in katakana? I'm never good. Sometimes it's obvious. With this one, it's a good question. It might be to emphasize that, like with someone like you, but it's like a little bit more. But I don't know about that there. Because like sometimes if it were emphasizing, you'd see the little points, but maybe that's just kind of trying to get a little bit of a different flavor or feel to that. Him saying like you. That's a good question, but I don't know that one for sure. It's a lot of it with him. It's possible. It's possible. It's also. Oh, okay. Otsukaresama deshita! Thanks for your hard work. Okay, so Kenjaku has kind of figured out a little bit of a way to hurt this guy. So he basically delivers bad news here about like, you're not funny. And it allows him to apparently get an attack. So notice now they're out of he's out of his performance clothes. Anyway. Okay, so I guess that's him flying back there somewhere. Oya, konkai wa shikkari tekotae ga atta ne. Oh my, as for this time, properly response existed, you know? Oh, okay, so he means... Yeah, response, reaction, feedback. Basically, right, he has said before, like, when he doesn't attack, whether it's sorcery or something like that, it doesn't feel like it lands. So now he's like, oh yeah, as for this time, it was a proper resistance feedback response. Meaning like that was a good hit, you know? Part of Manzai? Jutsushiki no hatsudo jouken wa Jutsushi honnin no jishin to kakunin? Okay, so this is Kenjaku asking himself a question. As for the activation condition of the technique, the sorcery person themselves, confidence and certainty? Conviction, belief. Yeah. So Kenjaku is wondering, like, basically for... Oh, a two-person comedy act. Yeah, probably. As for the condition for the activation of technique, meaning for the comedian, is it confidence and conviction in the sorcery of oneself? Or in the technique of the skill of oneself? Basically meaning like he has to believe he's funny. All right, are we 1, 2, 5, 6? Okay, 6 pages. Holy crap, man! This has been only a few chapters have gone this long, but this is definitely one of the bad ones. I think they're all going to be like this because they do a lot of talking. Shakasha, which I guess is just kind of a no jakasha. Jakasha. That just sounds like a sound. Butai ni tatta koto mo ne kurou to kidori no shirouto ga. Okay. So this is him responding to Kenjaku saying like, Jakasha, standing on the stage, event, even not existing amateur, and an amateur of Kidori. So he's calling Kenjaku an amateur who's never stood on the stage, and an amateur that is like doesn't get it, where the spirit doesn't pass. Putting on airs. Yeah, okay, putting on airs. A pretentious amateur. Omae, yeah, he does it every time here. Omae ni uke nakutate. By you talking about not receiving, ukeru. Omae igai ni uketara kange ne dayo. Outside of you, if it's receiving, relationship not existing. Or not, yeah, it is. So basically, like, talking about you not getting my jokes, meaning like you not receiving the humor. Outside of you, if people are receiving it, then it has nothing to do with you or whatever. それ、君が言っちゃうんだ. That thing, you saying, so basically that, like, you're the one that's saying it. You're the one that is saying that and making that claim. Doki? Okay, that's like heartbeat. Niramekko shimashou. Let's do niramekko. Niramekko is a staring game. Yeah, other than you. Okay. Warao to makeyo. If laugh, lose. So they can play a staring game, and if you laugh, you lose. Ah, poo. Poo. Maybe this is what you say to get ready to do the game. So they're making funny faces. You're trying to make the other person laugh. Who is he pretending to be? Kenjaku is revealing the brain inside of his head and making a silly noise, or a silly face. Okay. Achimuite hoi. Face that way. Baki. Okay, so he laughs, so I guess he gets a punch. Also, there's kind of a joke here, right? Which is like, look that way. Hey, look that way. And he punches him to make him like look that way. But I guess that's kind of a joke. Okay. Suza. That's him flying back. Bucky, bucky, buck. And I guess that's stuff breaking. Trees and stuff breaking. Daioh. Niramekko te ittan jan. I guess this is like, what's that? Or like, come on. Said a staring contest. Dun. And he's like slamming the ground with frustration. Kono shirouto no hou ga ore yori omoshiroi? This amateur's direction more than me interesting. So is this amateur more interesting, more fun than me? Okay, he's getting some self-doubt here, which is not going to be good for him, right? Oh, right. Yeah, no, there's a Mario Party game that way. You're supposed to look the other way from where they're pointing. Okay. And that's why he says it was supposed to be a staring contest. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yoko kangetara, Shiogao no ikemen ga ronge de kessakiteru dake de chotto omoshiroi. Dekko no nuime mo nan dayo. Oh, it's after Jonken. Okay. All right. If think about it well, or if I think about it a lot, or if it, whatever, a salt-faced, beautiful man. What is a shiogao? A salt face? Shiogao. Shiogao no ikemen. Okay, so ikemen is like a beautiful man. So a beautiful man with a salt face and with long hair, kisakiteru dakede, and just doing kisaki. With just the tips of the hair? No, that's not right. Kesaki. Oh, that's the monk robe. Yeah, it was the wrong kanji. And wearing kesa, and just wearing a kesa, which is a monk's robe, with long hair and just wearing a kesa, it's a little bit interesting. So now that I think about it well, all that is a little bit funny, a little bit interesting. And then the forehead's sewn up, the stitches. Nuime is a stitch. Even the stitches of the forehead, what is that? Tashizan shisugi de gyaku ni mechakucha omoshiroi ki ga shite kita. Tashizan sugide. Tashizan. I guess like it adds up to too much. It's too much addition, like it's too many things. And oppositely, it's crazy interesting. It's crazy interesting. Kigasuru. That's what it comes to feel like. Yeah, I know, it is kind of interesting. He's not doing any kansai ben. So it feels like it's like crazy interesting, crazy funny. Yeah, Nanjahen. We'll get that in Azumanga Daioh next year, if I survive. Zutto ure tsuzukeru yatsu ni wa 2種類 onen. Well, there you go. Always continuing to sell people as for to them. So as for to guys that will always be in business, that will continue to sell, meaning like be in demand. There's two types. Zutto omoshiroi yatsu to always funny people, and zutto jishin no koto omoshiroi to kanshigai dekiru yatsu ya. So there's our kansai ben. Always oneself's event interesting, making the mistake guys. So guys that make the mistake of thinking that they're always funny, or who are wrong in thinking that they're always funny. Two types that will always be in demand, that will always continue to sell. Those two types. Daijoubu, ore datte omoshiroi. It's fine. Talking about me, I'm funny, I'm interesting. Gappa. That's him like hitting the ground. Ore wa omoshiroi. I am funny, interesting. Ore wa, as for me. Oh, okay. This is the, he's come across one of the guys that Kenjaku has killed. That was the exploding body parts guy. Ha! Ha! Okay, kind of surprised, out of breath. Dosta? How did? What happened? What's wrong? Waraeyo, laugh, you know? Geinin daro, you're a funny man, right? You're an entertainer, a performer, right? Warae ne. Can't laugh. I can't laugh. Warae ne. Oh boy. We're almost done. We're almost done. Omae to owarai yatte mo tanoshiku nee en da yo. So a little bit what we saw before. This is him saying, with you, even doing comedy, it's not fun. Ware tachi ga waratte nee no ni kyaku ga waraeru wake nee daro. We, not laughing, the customers, the audience, laughing reason does not exist, right? So if we're not laughing, there's no reason the audience would be laughing. 俺、なんで芸人やってるんだっけ? Me, why a performer entertainer doing, was it again? Why did I become a performer again? Uh-oh. Okay, well, there we go. After an hour and a half, no. After an hour and a half, we made it. I have a horrible feeling that all of these chapters here are going to be like this. So hopefully not. Appreciate the help. We'll make it through. That was 240. Next time, 241. God help us all. Oh, man. All right. We've got 2 more things to read. Fortunately, they should be short. Well, Akira might not be short. And you never know about Azumanga. But we got to go. So let's do it. Take a break. Well, I got some water. Here we go. Grab a break. Well, the bad part for me is I have to get up in 8 hours. So every hour that I go past 9 o'clock is an hour less sleep that I get. So I'm gonna push. Yeah, that's right. Oh, little pistachio, you hung out? Oh, well, thanks for doing that. Now's a good time. Now's a good break time. Now, the Azumanga Daioh typically takes about 15 minutes. And Akira, that depends. There's a little bit of dialogue tonight. Oh, it's 5 a.m. on your end. That's when I get up. Well, thanks for sticking around. Okay. That is seitai, right? Like actual, or is it shotai? I guess it's shotai. Yeah, true shape, one's true colors. Usually a night out, and your alarm goes off in 3 hours. Oh no, I'm sorry. Well, thanks for sticking around. All right, I gotta push, so let's do it. Here we go. Once that image goes away, there we go. Oh no, crap. I spoke too soon. I changed the, I need to change that over there. Okay, Azumanga. This is volume 4, chapter 2.1, part 2. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, let's finish off chapter 2, part 1. Azumanga Daioh volume 4. We're in February, getting close to graduation. Most of them are over at Chio's house to do some studying. Shoutai, true shape, true form, one's true colors. Yume ni kore ga dete kita. So, in dream, this thing came out. So this thing appeared in my dreams. Netteru-jan, you were sleeping, weren't you? Now that was a previous joke about like she kept saying she wasn't sleeping. Anyway, Nanga eigo shabetteta. For some reason, English speaking. So for some reason, it's spoken English. それは千代ちゃんのお父さんだ. As for that thing, it's Chiyo-chan's dad. なるほど。納得や。娘な. Okay, so Osaka is saying, "Oh, I see now. I get it now. It's agreement. The daughter, you know." Natoku is like agreement, isn't it? Understanding. Yeah. Like, I agree. The daughter, you know? Nande? Why? Oh, she's looking, yeah, she's like, "Oh, I get it. Yeah, I see. I agree. The daughter." And Chio's just like, "What? Why?" Okay. Chikara awasete. Show strength? No, awaseru, to combine. Combine strength, combine power. Chisu benkyou shittoru ka ne? Okay, so that's... What form of Ohayo gozaimasu is this? Konnichiwa. Doing studying? We're doing studying, right? Bun. Yeah. So Tomo crashing in. Osaka, issho ni ganbarou na. So Osaka, together, let's do our best. Kondo o ukeru no wa Osaka-san to issho no daigaku nan desu yo ne? Okay, so as for the next time receiving one, with Ms. Osaka together's university it is, isn't it? Okay. So as for the one that you're receiving this next time, meaning receiving here, meaning taking a test. So they're not taking just one test. I guess they take multiple tests. Maybe it's for each university they want to get into. Because she says, as for the one you're receiving this time, the test you're taking next time, with Ms. Osaka together, university it is, isn't it? Tokyo Daigaku. Tokyo University. Uso desu? I'm lying. It's a joke. So that would be clearly a very prestigious university. Chio is surprised just because they're not the brightest people. And that's why Osaka quickly follows up with, "It's a joke, it's a lie." Oh, Hansha? Counterattack? No. Oh, reflex. Hansha. Reflex. Osaka. Mensetsu no renshu shiyou. What is mensetsu? Is that interview? Yes, okay. Interview practice, let's do. So let's do some interview practice. Okay. Hey, mensetsu ga arun desu ka? Huh? Or wow, interview exists? Like they have interviews? Watashi ga mensetsu kan da. Me, I am the interview officer, the person, the lead interviewer or something. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Nice to meet you. 高校で何か打ち込んだものはありませんか? In high school, something, as for a thing that was attacked, does it exist? What does uchikomu mean? Oh, driven in. In high school, something that was driven in, does it exist? Like, was there anything driven into you? In high school, meaning like, I guess, learning. Kusabi. Kusabi. So Osaka responds with kusabi, which is like a wedge, a linchpin. Okay, I guess. Uchikondenai, not driven in. Kimi soyu share wa iwanakute ii? Okay, you, that's sort of a line, dialogue. As for that, not saying is good. Like, you shouldn't say things like that. Wait, shade. Oh, it's a joke. As for you, those sorts of jokes, not saying is good. So you shouldn't make jokes like that. Moshiwake arimasen. I'm sorry. There's no excuse. Demo chotto omoshirokata. But a little bit interesting. It was a little bit funny. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you. Tokoro de kusabi te nandakke? By the way, saying kusabi, what is that again? Wakarimasen. I don't know. Okay. Kusabi to wa. As for the thing called kusabi. Chiyo-chan, kusabi te nani? So Chiyo-chan, the thing called kusabi, what is it? Koyu ki toka no sekobu? Setsu. Oh, that's not going in. Setsu. Like direct joining part. Setsugo. Union joining. Yeah, okay. Koyu kitoka no setsugobu no yurumi o nakusu tame ni uchikomu mono desu. Okay, so it's a thing that's driven in for the purposes of nakusa. Oh, nakusu. To get rid of? To get rid of yurumi. To get rid of slack. Oh, okay. To get rid of slack of the like union part of this sort of a tree or this sort of a wood. Yeah, so she's drawing it in and she's explaining what the kusabi is. So this sort of a tree or wood, things like that, of a joining part of a, again, looseness, getting rid of for that purpose, driven in thing. Thing that's driven in to get rid of slack. Jinja no... tori. Jinja no tori ni tsuitemasu yo ne? They're put in the tori gates of shrines. Oh, 構造的には必要なくてデザインだけの場合もありますが Okay. As for to construction, necessity not existing, design only, cases also exist. Okay, so there's also times when it's only used, the design, it's only used as a design and not necessary for construction. Wakatta. Tomo-chan, mo ikkai ya. I got it. I understood. Tomo-chan, one more time. Yosh. All right. Kampeki ya. It's perfect. It's complete. So they're redoing this. Koko de uchikonda mono wa nani ka ne? In high school, driven in thing, as for that, what is something? What is? Kusabi desu. It's a kusabi. Chinami ni kusabi to wa ki no yurumi toka o shikkari saseru mono desu. Okay. So by the way, as for the thing called a kusabi, it's a thing that makes proper the slackness of trees or slackness of wood and things like that. Sore wa tori ni tsuwarete ori. As for that thing, it's It's made in Tori gates. Design dake ni natte shimatte tari suru no desu. And only design becoming doing things it is. Yeah, so it's made for Tori gates. And only design becoming doing and things like that, doing also, doing it is. Omu gokaku da. Like, all right, it's pass. Like, you passed. Gokaku da. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you very much. Now, I guess this is like trees, slackness, and things like that properly making. So she does get it right. By the way, it's the slackness, the looseness of trees, of wood, making proper. Okay. Or firming up. Shikarito. Dekiru goto. Dekiru goto. In this case, is that just like what you're able to do? Dekiru goto. Iyoyo mina sorezore no. Finally, everyone, each one, juken ga hajimaremashita. The entrance exams began. So what was the thing that they did at this earlier? Juken ga harimashita. Oh, anyway, their entrance exams began. Watashi ni dekiru no wa inoru koto dake desu. As for the thing able to do by me, so basically the only thing I can do, it's just the event of praying. And she's got the split chopsticks. Senbon bashi, 1,000 chopsticks. Paki, 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 paki. Okay, so that's playing on the previous story about that being like the good omen for giving everyone good luck. And so she's doing the only thing that she can, which is very cute, and she's splitting chopsticks to give them good luck. Remember, she doesn't have to take the entrance exams because she's planning on going to university in America, and so she doesn't need to take entrance exams to get into a Japanese college. So there we go. That was the end of Chapter 2, Part 1. We'll continue next time, Chapter 2, Part 2. All right. See, that was only like 15 minutes. All right, last one. Let's do it. Go, 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 go. It's unfortunate that like both of these last two ones are no furigana. No furigana in these last two. Okay. Well, this is brutal, man. Okay, this is volume 6, chapter 107. So we're almost done with Akira. There's 120 chapters. Oops. Ooh. There we go. 120 chapters. And we had to do some special groundwork to figure out where the chapters start and stop. Excuse me. The deluxe edition, which is the most common edition that you find nowadays, removed all the chapter starts and stops. So it's just one constant manga. But we did a little groundwork. There's a website that shows where the chapters started and stopped, but only up to chapter 100. So we had to do a fair amount of sleuthing to get the last 20 chapters, but we did, and we're good to go. So chapter 107 is going to go from here to 165. No. 186, which I do have marked. That will be our marker for being at the end. Okay, let's do it. All right, here we go. Okay, let's do it. All right, so wait for this to clear. Very close. Oh, where do I get all my manga? I bought it over the years. So I have physical copies of all this stuff. If you type !library, I think you'll get a list of all the manga that I have. I've got a lot of manga. And I also make sure that the manga that I show on stream is a physical book. So I at least, it's a little bit dicey for me to be showing manga, right? But it's educational. We're doing translation. That's the focus. But also, I have the physical copy. I'm not just showing some digital copy that I may have gotten somewhere. So I have paid money to get these books. They're not all new, but a lot of them are. So, okay, let's go ahead and get this going. Okay, let's read chapter 107 of Akira. When 106 ended, Tetsuo had taken a trip up to Floyd the satellite and taken it out. So Tetsuo has removed Floyd from being in business. So let's go with 107. Nandato? What? What are you saying? Kantai o mezashite arakashiteru you desu. Doing aiming for the ship units, the fleet, descending doing, it appears. So the previous chapter, towards the end, the technician was saying that the satellite was coming out of orbit. It was Araka. It was descending. Now he's saying it appears to be doing descending and aiming for the fleet. So it's headed in their direction. Mezasu is to aim at, to have an eye on. And again, as we've said many times, the horizontal writing is to indicate that they are not speaking Japanese. They are speaking English. Mezashiteru no wa, as for the thing aiming, or like as for the thing that's being aimed at, kono kanda, it's this ship. Sore made no jikan wa, as for the time up until that thing. So basically, how much time do we have? 30分、それより短いかもしれません。30 minutes, more than that, shorter probably. So 30 minutes, but probably shorter than that. 艦隊各司令に、迎撃の税を指示. Okay, so to each commander of the fleet, so to each ship's commander, orders of 迎撃の税. Okay, it's not geigeki. Interception. Oh, taisei. Attitude, posture. Okay. So that's geigeki taisei oshiji. So orders to each commander of the fleet, orders to do preparedness, attitude, posture for attack, counterattack, meaning of the satellite. Kanno shinro henko o. This is like change ship direction. Ship's course alteration. Shinro. Yeah. Course, route, and henko, again, alteration, modification. So basically, make modification of the ship's course and direction. 戦闘機を飛ばし、攻撃に向かわせろ. So launch, send flying the war machines. So launch the aircraft and I guess like face them towards attack. Basically make them go attack. 向かわせろ. All right, so that was barking out a bunch of orders. There's the ship sliding through the water. Za, 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 za. There's ships getting at the ready, presumably arming, radars, all that stuff. There's the jets firing up their engines. They got loaded fast. Okay. I just suffered through an hour and a half long with a Jujutsu Kaisen chapter, so I'm going to do my best to move as swiftly as possible through this. Oh, 科学者たちを evacuation ヘリを準備しろ. Okay, so the scholars, the scientists, make evacuation and do preparation of the helicopters. So this is Taihi? Okay, no. It's close. Oh, it's Hinan. Yes. Evacuate. Okay, yeah. So, 科学者たちを避難させるヘリを準備しろ. So, that works. 今、特定にもヘリを用意させております。どうか? Okay. Right now, also to the Admiral, or also for the Admiral, made preparations for a helicopter somehow. Bakamono! Idiot! 敵に背を向けてそんなものに乗れるか? So you fool, you idiot. To the enemy facing the back and on that sort of a thing, able to ride. So he's basically saying, how could I ride on that sort of a thing and face my back to the enemy? Okay. Boom. There goes the plane launching off the deck. Nani? What? So remember, this is the room where the scientists are doing their research. They call the research Juvenile A to refer to Akira. Kankara. There's the other one. Kankara taihi dato. From the ship evacuation, you say? Douyou koto da? What sort of an event? Like, what's going on? What's the meaning of this? この間は戦闘態勢に入りました。特定がもしもの時のことを考えてと。Okay, so as for this ship, battle posture entered. So this ship has entered battle posture. The Admiral, Moshimono. Oh, Moshimono koto. Moshimono koto. An unexpected occurrence, an emergency, an accident, thinking about ... 事態はそこまで逼迫しているのか? Or is that 逼迫? 逼迫. Okay. As for the circumstances, the condition, to that point, it's doing impending. So like the situation's getting that bad. 報告したまえ注意. Oh, したまえ. So this is like an order or a command. Do reporting, Lieutenant. Like, tell us. Do reporting, Lieutenant. 注意. 私にはその問題に答える権限を与えられてはおりませんので. Okay. answer to me, to that question responding, authority as for being granted does not exist. Basically, I haven't been granted authority to give an answer to that question. I like how it takes him all the way to the very end to be like, I don't have that. Jikanteki yuyo wa? Is that yuyo? Yoyu. Temporally as for surplus, question mark. Basically, what's the surplus of time? Meaning, how much time do we have? 退避するほどの時間もなかろう。老子. Okay, so the old dude speaks up, and to the extent of doing evacuation, time already, I guess, like, it's already not becoming. Basically, we already don't have enough time. Yeah, the old priest, the sage, teacher, Roshi. Mo soko made kite oru wa. Already to that place has arrived. We've already arrived at that place. I guess this is more like not existing, the time for the, to the extent of doing evacuation, already we've arrived at that point, that it doesn't exist. Okay. せめて下のコントロールルームに that's the bridge, right? かんばしではあまりに Okay. So at least the lower control room, to the lower control room, as for on the bridge, あまりに, like excessively? The remainder. It can be excessive. Too much. Okay, and let me just check. Is it kanbashi? This is just, we've seen this word before, but no. What is hashi on reading? Kyo. Kankyo. That's it. Bridge of a ship. Kankyo. See that so infrequently. Kamawan. Okay, so at least the lower control, to the lower control room. Oh, as for on the bridge, excessive blah, blah, blah. So they're on the bridge. So the other officer is basically saying, like, at least go, implied, to the lower control room, because on the bridge, it's excessive, meaning the danger. Kamawan. Don't care, don't mind. Soreyori ima no kodo wa. More than that, now's kodo. Altitude? Oh, the altitude of the satellite. Oh, kodo. Yeah. So he's like, as for the altitude now, meaning the satellite. Tadaima kodo 10万メートル時速900キロメートル進入角はほぼ何直タレ水直 vertical perpendicular. Okay, so this is it's not kado. When is it Tsuno? Horn? No. All right, let's see. What? This has got to be like Yeah, it's going to be angle. Is it going to be just kaku then? Okay, it is kaku. Angle. So, shinyu kaku wa hobo suichoku. So, as for the angle of entry, penetration, it's almost vertical. So, right now, the altitude is 100,000 meters, 10,000 meters. And the, I guess the speed is 900 kilometers per hour. Jisoku. Yeah, the speed per hour. Jisoku is, I guess it's implied per hour, 900 kilometers. Okay, so that's the where the satellite is. Zuba or Zuba. Okay. Something's piercing through the clouds. Do. Do-don. All right. So big eruption from the water. The laser cannon still alive? It still works? Geigeki butai wa doushita? Koukeki sasero. Okay, so again, this was the counterattack units. As for them, how did? What happened to the counterattack units? Make them attack. Make attack. Make do attack. Okay. Mokuteki wa nani nani shiteru. Oh. Okay, tsukamai. Is it hosoku? No. Hosoku. Capture seizure. Mokuteki wa hosoku shiteru. Okay. As for the target, doing capture seizure. Kougeki o kaishi suru. Will do commencement of attack. So I guess when he says capture seizure, it means more about like locking on the target rather than like actually trying to seize the target. Hasha, which is like commence firing. Bashu, bashu. Okay. Notice the planes are going directly up, which is pretty impressive. Okay. Migigawa ho yori no yoha ni kiyotsukero. Okay, so watch out. Pay attention to some sort of wave from the right side, right forward side. Yupa? Oh, yo. Okay. Waves that remain after wind has subsided. Yoha. So like excessive wave. Excess wave. Aftermath. Okay, so more like the after effect on the right forward side. Watch out for that. Kanno seimen de nami o ukero. Take the wave on the ship's like right in the direct front. Seimen. Showman? Oh yeah, showman. Duh. On the front. So again, receive the wave using the front of the ship, meaning like drive into the wave. Do-do! Yikes. There's the people on the ship deck running for cover. Wah! Ga 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 ga. Wah! That's the scientists down below. Okay, missiles firing from the aircraft up to the satellite. Mieta! Saw it, visible. Okay, there it is. There's the rockets spiraling in. Ute! Fire! Shoot! Do! Okay, it looks like the satellite is also firing. Do, 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 do. Okay, water spilling off the ship. More beams coming down. Oh, look at that. Do! Got one of the smaller ships. All right. Doka! That's one of the missiles hitting. Go, go. Okay. Oh, you can still kind of see Tetsuo there. Imada. Nanda imano wa. Doushita? Okay, so what is it as for just now? So what was that just now? What happened? Hito ga notteru you ni mietanda. Person riding in that manner was visible. So I thought I saw someone riding the satellite. It looked like someone was riding the satellite. They weren't briefed properly on their enemy. Okay. It's falling still. And there's the planes turning around. There is Tetsuo, looking quite determined. So he's not just taking out the satellite, but he's intending to take out all of the ships. All right. Colorado ga yarareta. Colorado done in. So that was the ship that we saw got destroyed. I guess that was the Colorado. So RIP Colorado. Ochite kuru zo. It's coming and falling. It's falling our way. It's falling in. Okay, wow. So there's the satellite. Great shot from the deck of the ship. Wow. Misairu. So a missile, meaning like fire a missile, launch a missile. Too late. Oh boy. Okay. There we go. Nice. All right, so inside the hangar. Oh no, actually that's still the deck. You can see that that's the bridge. So explosions, planes flying around, people flying around. There's the air boss. Usually the CAG. I don't know that they call him the air boss, but whatever. There's one person I know that has the air boss title, and they're not on the ship. That's probably like old lingo though. Okay. That's on the bridge. So the bridge just getting blasted. Dun. Nani ga okitanda? What happened? What happened? Beep, beep, beep. Siren, warning alarm. Bashu. Leak. Is that Mansui? No. No, I got the wrong Mon. Shinsui. Inundation, submersion, flood. Shinsui da. It's a flood. Kochi karamo. This direction from also. So also from over here. So water's flooding in, also over here. Go, go. It's the ship in the waves. Although the bow is coming up, or the keel is coming up, so the ship is listing. leaning. Is the ship split in half? What's going on here? Kanga oreta zo. The ship has split, has broken. So yeah. Oh boy. Kyume. Kyume nani o oriro. Orirose. So lower the lifeboats. What is that? Oh, there it is. Kyumete. Kyumete o orirose. So lower the lifeboats. Go go. All right, there's the water flooding in below. Jorisu. Okay. Joris was the female doctor, right? The female, anyway. Sochi wa mou dame desu. As for that direction, it's already no good. So it's too late. Bernardi Hakase, Dr. Bernardi. Jorisu! Joris! All right, switching scenes. Nigero shizumuzo. Run away, flee, we'll sink. Or we're sinking. So basically, get out of here, we're sinking. All right. We see the ship, lots of chaos, and just lots of shouting and things going on. Oh boy. Higai nin hakobe. Carry the wounded. No, kega nin. Yeah, wounded, carry the wounded. Umie tobikome. Like fly into the ocean? Fly into the sea? Or leap, I guess, like jump into the water, jump into the ocean. Tankao. A tanka. A stretcher, a litter. So like get a stretcher. Tei toko wa. As for the admiral, meaning like, where's the admiral? Kochi mo dame da. Also, this direction's no good. So it's no good over here too. Elevator wa shio funo da. As for the elevators, operation not possible. So the elevators are out of commission. Kyume boto shashutsu shiro. Do launching of the lifeboats. So there we just get QK or Kyume boto. Shutsu. Yeah. Do emitting of the boats. Okay, there's that going on. And then I guess heading back now towards Neo Tokyo, which has had its own devastation yet again. Yep, that stadium. That stadium. Smoking. Ruins everywhere. It's been hit so many times. Within and without. Okay. Ooh. Is that Kai? Yeah. Oi! Kaneda! Hey, Kaneda! So Kai is shouting out for Kaneda. There's K. Oh. Ki ga tsuita ka? Basically, you come to consciousness. You're awake. Eh? Oh, so there's the colonel. Oh, I thought we were closer than this. Oh well. This is the last major 2 pages of dialogue here. Taisa. Anata ga watashi o? Colonel, you, me. So basically, like, did you save me? Is kind of what she's implying. Do yara yatsura ga soru no fuin o toita yoda. Somehow or another, those guys' souls seals, the ciphers, the encryption, solved, it appears. So it's the appearance that those guys have hacked the encryption of soul. その攻撃中に倒れていたお前を見つけたはいいが? Okay, so in that attack, in the middle of that attack, you who fell discovered. As for discovering you who felled, good. Yeah, It was good, or maybe I guess it was good that I found you who had fallen during that attack. But Tasuke yo ni mo kono ashi da. Even trying to help or trying to save, it's this leg. Like, I guess I tried to help you, but my leg. Futari sorotte. Futari sorotte mo oshimae ka to omotta tokoro de kougeki ga yanda. Two people gathered together. Already it's the end. Thinking at that point, attack stopped. So just when I was thinking it's the end already for the 2 people gathered here, the attacks ceased. Ah, Kaneda-kun ga. Oh, Kaneda. ... Remember, Joker was able to grab Kaneda with Akira. So we're switching to that scene. Do nanda? Okurisou kayo? Oh, naorisou kayo? How is it? What's up? Seeming to fix? I mean, like, can you fix this thing? Urusei, ore ga shiru ka? Shut up, you're noisy. Me knowing? Like, how do I know? This is basically like, I guess, like, can you fix it? Does it look like you can fix it? How would I know? Moshi Kei ga shinde tara omae no joi da kara na? Okay. If K died, it's your action, I guess your fault. Does that say? I guess it's shoi. It's your act, you're doing. Omae no shoi da kara na. Basically, again, if K died, it's your fault, it's your act, because of what you did. Ah, so da yo, sore ga dou shita? So like, oh yeah, that's right, it is that way. That thing, what of it? Or like, how about it? So what? Okay. There's Akira. Kuso, damn it. Miro, look. Mo higa shizumuzo. So, damn it, crap. Look, already the sun is sinking. So the sun's already setting. Ah, soda, soda. Ore no shoi da. Yeah, it is that way. That's right, that's right. That's my... I did that. That's my action. That's my fault. Okay. The sun is sinking. Hey, thank you for the follow. All right, this is the last page. So we're switching scenes. There's Tetsuo. Kaori. Oh. Oh. Okay. Kaori. Last we knew she was dead. But here we go. That is the end of chapter 107. So a lot of crazy stuff there. A little bit of a cliffhanger on what's going to come next. I guess we'll see what this is going to be about. Chapter 108. Next time. All right. Woo. We went fast through that, but after that hour and a half Jujutsu Kaisen Slaughterfest. Ugh. Nemo, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. Oh, Kaneda! Yeah, I know. He's always screaming out about Canada. I have to be very careful when I say his name. I still pronounce it Kaneda. Kaneda! Why is he so angry at Canada? All right, that's it. That's going to do it for us for today. Wow, what a long, unexpectedly long stream. But thank you everyone for hanging out there and hanging in. Let's see. Is there... I got to get out of here before... Okay. Where can we go? Oh, good. All right. We're going to go raid Science Streams. Science Streams is a very cool streamer, ant aficionado, but streams science stuff. So I wish I could find something a little bit more appropriate, but that will do it. Yeah, thank you for coming in. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. We'll be streaming. I typically stream every evening, although that may change in the far future. But we do crafting early on, and then we do the manga reading at the end of the stream. Usually 3 manga. Tomorrow will be Bleach. Well, instead of Jujutsu Kaisen, we'll read Bleach, Azumanga Daioh, and Akira. So, and we try to hit that as much as possible. But anyway, yeah, and I appreciate the help with like learning stuff, because I do this to learn. I'm at kind of like the N2 level ish, and just trying to find ways to practice my Japanese as much as possible. So always appreciate the help. So thank you everyone again. If you stuck around from the Achan raid, really appreciate it. Thank you again. I hope you'll have a good start to your week. Stay safe. If you're in the US, stay warm, and I will catch you all next time. Let's go raid science, and I will see you all later. Bye for now.
Kantar? Why, welcome the heck on in, Raiders.
Science stream, but we ain't bugging. We over here buffalo. You be chugging what we got. Now the tribes arrive. I promise that I have prescribed you vibes. The vibes we got are giant. Shout out to the stream for the raid. That's science.
Why, Raiders, welcome the heck on in. Kantar, how was the show? Tell me all the things. What were y'all up to today? What were y'all writing? Or what were you reading? Or what were you doing in the both variety? I need to know the details. What were y'all up to? Raiders, welcome the heck on in. For everyone coming in on the raid, welcome. My name is Balint. I am 1/4 of the Science Stream team. The other 3/4 are my wife, Lita, our daughter, the Munchkin, and our son, Buster Brown. Lita and I are research scientists. We have our PhDs in molecular biology, and we do live science content here on Twitch. We're also Twitch ambassadors, first of our kind, that do educational content. Y'all, welcome on in. Kantar, how was the show? Telling me the details. Knitting and Japanese manga translation. Jujutsu Kaisen chapter took an hour and a half. So I see that there's the fall damage emote that you just put next to it. Is that an exceptionally long amount of translation time? I do not have a perception of how long these things take. Kantar, my father did a translation of a Hungarian book. And I can tell you that took him a very long time. And primarily because he wanted to do the... like he was trying to do the like as close as possible to the original words and meaning, and so it took him forever. So I know it's like depending on like what style of translation you're doing as well, that like will dictate the time. Corin Gami, welcome on in. How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? Raiders, we're chatting today about heat resistant